Sounds good.
Welcome, everyone, to the Mastering Runeterra Road to Seasonals Friday tournament. This is Sqweeby back on the casting desk again, and today I am joined by a legend in the LOR community, the Mono Shurima menace himself, the ballistic bot boy, FaintHD.
What is up, bro? It's a pleasure to be casting here with you, man. I'm looking forward to seeing a bunch of cool decks, a bunch of play, especially with seasonals coming, pretty soon. So excited for it, man.
We've got a big tournament today, Faint. We've got 36 people, which is quite the showing. And shout out to Community Gaming for sponsoring this tournament series. Guys, we are going to dive into the action immediately here with Infinii Patrons Round 1 versus Lunari. Two names that have been, coming up in this tournament series a lot. Very consistent play from these players. So we're going to dive into this match.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what they both brought and just seeing both of them as players. Patrons is someone I've seen on the come up. Like, I remember around when I feel like when he first started and coming onto the scene, and he's just been grinding. So it looks like we have Talia Ziggs into looks to be Draven, Scion, Rumble.
Who would you give the edge to in this matchup, Faint?
The edge in this matchup, I would think, would be Draven Scion. I feel like Burn is just something that these landmark decks can relatively struggle against if they're not able to find like a strong early curve. And Lunari is looking to have that issue a little bit in this hand. He has things like Pokey Stick to kind of stabilize and Devout, but like that is what it's going to kind of come down to, is if it's just able to stabilize and set up those threats. But I would generally say I would think Scion would be favored here.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you. They do have, of course, the arsenal that could roll lifesteal later on in the game. But right now, we do see the Draven being able to be played on curve here. Roiling Sand's going to make that Draven vulnerable if it does decide to come down. But I really like the tech of survival skills in this deck. Going to be able to keep Draven alive for, a key turn here, potentially even get us to a level up.
Absolutely. It's just such a flexible card. And then just working against all of the different damage-based removal that fits into this deck is just really powerful. And I'm pretty sure it's an effect that doesn't dissipate from quicksands, which obviously just makes, and we see it here. The axe comes in, the survival skills goes down, and leads to a very strong possibility of an open attack for patrons, or he has the option to develop the Sump Treasure. We'll see what he goes with. That does get punished by the naturalist that is in Lunari's hand, so we'll see what he opts for.
Yeah, and that's a one of survival skills, so you really see it coming into play there as a surprise card. Does opt to develop. Pretty interesting to see that, and is rewarded getting that Grenadier in hand. Going to be able to double summon here and still have Mystic Shot mana up. So this is going to be a very strong attack here from the side of Infinii. Yes, we're going to see two blockers come out, but I imagine with these Mystic Shots available, we're going to see some favorable trades.
Yeah, absolutely. And all of this chip damage that comes in on the side of Draven is just very big. As we see Decimate, Double Mystic in hand, we have 8 burn. So this goes a long way. Every bit of damage just makes it that much more likely that you'll be able to close it out in the way. Goes for keeping units back for value. Personally, not a huge fan of this play.
Yeah, we were a bit wider. I would have liked to see some extra damage pushed here. Are going to be able to trade with the 5-3, and the 5-4 is going to stay alive. But of course, we do have another Mystic if we want to remove that. Although, Draven having vulnerable, I don't know if we want to prioritize keeping him alive anymore.
Yeah, I see the different approach that we're like going for in this matchup, trying to outgrind. But in my experience in this type of matchup, just playing for damage, I feel like generally is the way to go. But we'll, establish that and see where we can go from here.
This Ziggs is really close to level, Feint. It's already at 3 out of 4, so that's going to be able to push some serious damage here pretty soon.
Absolutely. Ziggs is such a threat, and just getting that 5 health on the Zig side of things is also just huge in that, like, if we are able to draw into removal for the Zigs, it just makes it such a commitment that you have to go for that gets countered by things like Hourglass, things like Deny. So it's a tough spot. Ziggs puts you in a tough spot with just so much pressure on the side.
Taking the pass, not going to kill the Draven. I'm not exactly sure. I guess Whirling Death is the punish there. And there are 3 Whirling Deaths available. So Infinii, successfully bluffing there on 3 mana that he does have the Whirling. But of course, if he has it, you got to be worried about it on this attack as well.
Yeah, I don't think that really does too much for you. And going for a pass like that at the end of the day, the inevitability of Scion just coming into play and just being a threat is something that you generally might not want to push forward into like rounds like that. As we see, the Scion did get drawn off the top, so that wouldn't have been much of a threat prior, but now is going to potentially blow this game up. We see there is a Hexplosive on the side of Lunari.
Nice Mystic, too, coming down on the Ziggs that's about to level. No protection in hand. Lunari may have wanted to bluff it there. Of course, there's the Predict coming down, potentially going to find us another Ziggs.
Yeah. And patrons, I think, seeing that he did tap below that protection for the Ziggs and just saw that as this opportunity to go in there.
The Poros in this spot are great to be able to eat those Roiling Sands. You really don't want that hitting on the Scion.
Yeah. And we see him confirming the Decimate while he is below Deny mana. Just being able to confirm that, very big for him here. And we see the top deck of Talia. Not a bad draw here. Maybe be able to double up on draw with the Preservarium. Obviously, just a very strong leveled up champion as well.
And we see Scion, it's the Herald, right, in hand that's going to be able to grant Overwhelm most likely the following turn.
Yes, absolutely. I think right now you just go for the immediate value of just getting some more draw, finding some more answers for the Scion. We have the Silence with the Quicksand to hold it back for now, but Scion's just one of those threats that you're going to need multiple ways to counter that, especially with the Scion player at 20 HP. It's going to take a couple attacks to get there.
This Scion is looking pretty good, but Infinii, other than that, is looking out of steam. We're going to want to see some draw or something picked up. Of course, the Lost Soul in hand, great to discard. But now, I mean, look at the hand of Lunari. Just so much going on, a lot of value. And Rumble picked up actually a pretty sweet top deck. Going to be able to discard Lost Soul and then play that Revenant.
Yeah, so it just depends here if he wants to play around the stun landmark or not. But this leads to, like a pretty good alternate line if he wanted to go for it where both things are playable. It just will lead to that landmark getting value, and then we'll be able to preserve the Quicksand on the side of Lunari here, which is going to be pretty huge for him.
Yeah, the Quicksand, obviously Rumble not able to get Spell Shield here, and that's going to come into play pretty heavily if Infinii decides to double swing. Oh, and the Hexplosive is just devastating for Scion. Not going to be able to swing in this turn. And of course, Rumble could just get chump blocked by Talia here.
And another just huge aspect of like playing the Rumble also gives Lunari just full knowledge of Infinii's lack of hand, really, which just means like exactly what you need to play around and just makes it like so not easy, but
yeah, you don't have to sweat anything.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I think now Lunari is looking to be in a very favored position. We're going to need a string of top decks for sure to get out of this one.
I wouldn't hate overriding the damage landmark here with more draw. I don't really think, I guess you can hit a 2-1, I guess, in case you draw Ziggs. But yeah, I think
just lead to a lot of damage.
Yeah.
We'll see here. Have vulnerable on the Poro. We have like a attack dealing just 10 off of that. This is again just looking to be a very tough position to be in if you're on the side of patrons. The Lost Soul top deck, not really what you want to see here. You are able to play it out for a 5/4, but that is just something that inevitably just gets chump blocked by a plethora of small units on the side of Lunari.
Yeah, and not having to use that quicksand last turn was massive. Being able to delay with the landmark, save it for a potential swing this upcoming turn from Infinii, you really don't have to be worried about too much on the side of Lunari at this point. Really good job stabilizing. You know, I think it all came down to that turn with the 2/4 summoning the 5/4 and popping that landmark. Had we gone for an open on the side of Infinii, you know, Lunari would be at a much lower health total here.
Yeah, we missed out because we used Mystic to keep our Draven alive. That's a potential 2 damage and a potential 4 damage minimum on the connection by the 2/1. So that would have had him down to a more reasonable life total where we'd be able to cheat out this damage, especially with Rumble having the impact. Things like Decimate could have been an out for us here. So I think that turn was definitely a critical one in like the way this game played out.
I'm sure Infinii has reps on this deck, and you are able to play Draven Scion somewhat flexibly. You know, it does have a lot of value in those Lost Souls and draws, but you have to base it off of, you know, what your opponent has on the board, how wide their hand is, and kind of play to those win cons. So trying to prolong the game in that way, not go for full swings, maximum damage. We see that coming back to bite Infinii as Lunari is very far away from dying at this point in the game.
And we see that on the side of Infinii, the top deck still nothing here that could really respond to what Lunari's plays are and answer this Talia attack that, you know, is just presenting lethal on this next round.
I mean, I think you can go for the pokey stick here on the 2/1. You're actually in a position to go max wide and, you know, remove all of their blockers.
Absolutely. I think there's no reason not to. I'd be surprised if he didn't. Opts for the quicksand on the 2/1. Prefers to keep the pokey stick back just as a flexible option. Don't hate the play.
Yeah, you could find extra burn, I guess, potentially with it if you need it. And you are going to be able to summon quite a few units here on the side of Lunari this turn.
Absolutely. We have the naturalist. We can help go wide. We see Patrons just had enough. Realizes that there's not many outs on his side of the play. And once again, I think that turn was the big difference in the game because things like Decimate be coming out there and you just have a way to really swing the turn into your favor. We'll see what deck Lunari brought to lead into this game 2 here and see if Patrons is still feeling comfortable on that Scion. Looks like we have Pantheon Yuumi with a Taric Splash into the same matchup again. This is another matchup where I would say the Scion is favored, which is actually a pretty big drop, I would say, in that last game because this Scion deck could have had him favored into both games back to back. We'll see if he opts to play the Broadwing here. He does.
And that is responded with the Boom Baboon from Infinii. Going to be a nice, clean blocker for that Broadwing. We have a lot of nice discard fodder here for Rumble. This Rumble turn is going to be very impactful. Going to be able to summon 2 units and the Chompers.
Challenger. It's going to be a big turn for sure. I think the game is definitely going to swing heavily into Patron's favor when that happens. On the side of Lunari is just going to be wanting to develop as wide as possible and try to trade for some value here. Next turn, we have a pretty nice protector if we want to go for it to put onto the Broadwing and, again, just swing this board state a little bit more in our favor. We opt to go taller, which personally here I think is a little bit of a questionable decision because we're not really building much inevitability without having Overwhelm in our hand. And as we know, being able to see Patron's hands, he is going to be going so wide on this next attack. And it's going to be a tough answer for him. Potentially a play would be to use the Mystic to protect our unit here with the Faded. Doesn't opt for it. Don't think that's necessarily something you're looking to do, but it was an option. Patron's looking to be mana efficient, plays out one of the Mystic shots here. Really like that play. A question I have is if Patrons will potentially discard this Baron. Oh, perfect. We get the top deck, so we're not losing any value from the hand, and we're able to give the Rumble Spell Shield. And this is just huge. One blocker on the board. This is a huge turn by Patrons.
My shield is yours.
Opts for the Bright Steel, giving the barrier to the White Flame. And this is just where we're really glad that we were able to get that Spell Shield again, because it was a questionable decision prior to that draw that could have potentially swung this back into Lunari's favor if that single combat was able to get value. We do have the play of the Yumi's spell and the single combat to potentially kill there and save a good amount of life. Interesting that opts to drag. Okay, yeah, I think I like this drag better for sure.
No closer.
And we'll see. Taking 10 damage here. I think that is something you can't look to do in this matchup with the burn as a threat. We have 6 burn in hand and 2 healing on the side of Lunari. Looking to use this Yumi spell. I think this will be very big because on the side of Patrons now, we will only have the Rumble in hand. And knowing the hand state, once again, just only being able to develop one Fearsome in the moment. This is pretty big. Sets up the single combat on the Ephemeral. Once again, I'm not minding this play at all because you could potentially force a trade onto the Rumble with an open attack. And if they don't take it, we have Rally as an option. And then with Taric Rally too, that is another play that just once that comes in is going to be almost impossible for Patrons to answer.
Yeah, that was a great play on the side of Lunari. They're able to negate a lot of the damage and now has this massive White Flame available with Yumi sitting on 1 out of 3, about to be 2 out of 3, and Pantheon currently sitting at 2 out of 5 on that level progress. But, I mean, this Rumble, you have to block this. You cannot take this amount of damage. Or can you?
It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough because you know that Patrons has 8 burn in hand. And just the possibility, if he doesn't have other units and you can go wide enough, now at this point, I think he'll be looking to block. But he is able to keep it alive and block with the 4-2. And potentially you could get impact into some type of burn top deck. So I kind of like that as a line from Patrons, but we know that the Guiding Touch is on the side of Lunari, which is going to keep him out of a lot of ranges that would be threatening here.
So yeah, having that 4-2 on board is nice. You don't have to chump block with Rumble, but you know what? Rumble is only going to be good for this impact damage now. There's no way you're ever getting through the White Flame. And we do see a lot of burn here on the side of Infinii. Unfortunately, it is only turn 7 next turn, so not going to be able to drop that Farron just yet.
Yeah, we're pretty much needing a Decimate draw, I think, to make this happen.
That is a monkey, not a Decimate.
I think this is going to do it with the Rally play from Taric that we have. We have Bastion to respond to any type of removal as well if they were able to kill this Taric. I think this is going to be all she wrote.
Draven, Scion, Rumble looking like the weak link in Infinii Patron's lineup, was not able to get a win through in either game. And it looks like Lunari is going to be able to take this round home 2-0.
Absolutely. And it just makes it just speaks to the strengths of both of Lunari's decks, where although I feel like on paper I would have the Scion favored into both of these matchups, it just shows that the raw power level of these decks is just strong enough to potentially bring it home even when your deck is not favored.
Yeah, this combo from Tarek really shows why he deserves a spot in this list. A lot of people mess around with ratios of the champions in this deck, running the Yumis instead, full set, but one of Tarek for these huge swing plays here, looking quite strong.
And we see the leveled Yumi adding Spell Shield, Insult to Injury. Once again, I'd be hitting the surrender button at this point, 'cause I don't think there's anything you could draw on an open that gets you out of this. Infinii probably holding out for a Get Excited top deck, but as we know, the Guiding Touch is there on the side of Lunari, which is just going to seal his fate.
Yeah, doesn't even need Overwhelm on the White Flame. You are going to be able to, you know, double block the White Flame here and potentially go down to 5 HP, but you know, it's not looking too hot next turn either, as we'll get another swing. And Tarek currently sitting on 4 out of 7 level progress here.
Absolutely, and leveled up Tarek is just so strong. Opts to keep this back actually does potentially give him a line to live, but since we will probably see a level up from the Tarek with the Bastion, that will present lethal, giving him 5 attack.
Yeah, with the Spell Shield, I would like that line a lot. And we do see just the Guiding coming out here, not going to waste mana, and picking up another Bastion. Not exactly the card you want to see, but Lunari so far ahead at this point, it doesn't matter.
Absolutely. We'll see if he develops here, recognizes that he just has this play that just should lock in the game through things like Rolling Death even. And this should be it. We see the leveled up animation from Tarek. And that's going to be all she wrote. And Lunari, again, just showing the strength of the decks he brought, the lineup he had. And Patrons falls out of the tournament.
Next time, I think I'll try a different chassis.
May still be able to get in if we have a top cut and X1s are able to make it, but not the start that you want to see on the side of Patrons. Let's take a look at the friends list and see if there's another game that we can dive into as we are midway through this round 1.
Absolutely. Looking to see who is in game and find somebody. I see Roji is in a game. If we want to potentially try to hop into that. I don't know if you have Kevin.
Kevin, let me take a look. Does
is he HDR Kevin?
HDR Kevin? Okay, yeah, I have Kevin. So, yeah,
so.
you want to grab Roji?
Sounds good.
All right.
It says spectate disallowed for Roji here.
All right,
So.
drop him a message. In the meantime, we're going to watch Kevin's perspective here.
No more holding back.
And we're diving into a game of Lux Jace versus Roji on the Xerath Zillion Bandle City, though. It is not... I would imagine it's on Arsenal, and looks like Kevin cleaned that game up in pretty short order. Sometimes that happens when you jump into these games midway through. We'll see if there is another game to be had, but that may have been the end of their set as well.
Absolutely. Looking there to be an unfortunate game for Roji. With the Zillion, right? I know Roji to be a big fan of Zillion, believes in the power level of that champion. Just didn't pan out there for him.
Throw out some other... Who else do you have visible faint to you?
Yeah, looking to see who's in game right now.
I've got
Goddraw
versus Juju, if you have Juju. Just some bad Juju.
Got you.
Looks like that
Finding
game
him.
is still ongoing. And we've got Goddraw here with Scion Draven Vi playing into Ziggs Talia. Big Vi attack coming through here. We do see a Quicksand coming down from the side of Juju. Still going to be enough to clean up Talia, but is going to be able to remove that Revenant and keep the Devout alive. Also going to be able to clean up Vi because the Tough is being removed there. But getting rid of Talia is huge.
Absolutely huge. Definitely going to buy you some time, but we see this play from Juju just going very wide and going to make it tough for Goddraw to potentially close this game and push that last bit of damage. We know that there's 5 burn in the hand, and we're going to need to somehow find 5 damage to push, but with such a wide board, I think that is going to be pretty difficult. Also, fearsome blockers available.
If we find a Decimate, we're only 1 off. And we do see more blockers being able to be created here on the side of Goddraw. With that Boom Baboon. Lost Soul could discard with the Get Excited. Be able to play a Revenant, but you're almost able to play it here for full mana if you wanted to. Ooh, Talia is such a great hit there for Juju.
Yeah, such a powerful card. And I do have Juju's perspective now. We see an Arsenal and a Rite of the Arcane in his hand, and the top deck of a Rockhopper. So Rite of the Arcane, a pretty strong card to just answer anything that comes out of the woodwork here. But this is looking to be a game that's just strongly in Juju's favor. And we just see the block with the chompers, which you have to do to stay alive at 2, and you have to take full blocks. We are going to need something really strong to win out this game, but with the Arsenal in hand, being able to block things like Scion, Vi, and whatever else, this is looking to be a sealed deal.
Yeah, I think we would have to draw exactly Decimate into another Mystic Shot or Get Excited. So there are a couple outs left. Going to be putting Juju down 2-7, but Goddraw looking to be dead on this next swing back from Juju.
And another negative, even if we do hit those draws, is we need 2 back-to-back top decks, which will give these Preservariums a chance to pop, and we'll have a ton of draws to potentially just hit deny.
And did not find the top decks they needed, so Goddraw going to be taking the L in that match. Juju, who we've seen do very well in this tournament before, going to be taking down that round.
Absolutely. So do we know that that is the end of the set? Or
I'm waiting on Spectate, but given how far advanced we are into this round, I'm guessing it's going to be the end. And as these players are going to be finishing up their matches from round 1.
With that, what we've seen from these round 1 so far, looking to be a lot of landmarks prevalent, and as well as these Scion, Rumble, Noxus, P&Z both looking to be pretty popular options.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Talia Ziggs so far, and a lot of Draven Scion. That's been cropping up in this tournament recently a lot. What Am I won a tournament with it, and other players have seen good success with it. Just a very consistent deck, has that burn game plan, has big threats presented, but Quicksand, so efficient at stopping those big threats, and if you're able to get access to something like Lifesteal on Arsenal, can be very hard to deal with. So we will see how these decks do as we progress through the tournament. But Faint, I think we're good to hop to a quick short break here as we wait for round 2 bracket to go up.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Stick around for some more exciting rounds of action. But yeah.
Shout out to Community Gaming again for sponsoring the Mastering Runeterra Road to Seasonals series. We're glad to be here casting it, and these players are glad to be here playing in it. So if you want to join in on the fun, you can subscribe at the Mastering Runeterra Patreon or to the Mastering Runeterra website, and then you'll get access to this tournament series all of them leading up. So very good practice. We'll see you guys soon. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone. We actually have a match that started a little late, so we've got some game left in this one for you guys. Here is Listric Acid versus Ardent Guardian. Ardent Guardian repping the darkness. Listric on that Ziggs Talia, and we currently see a leveled Ziggs on board. Talia looking to go down here to a darkness, although we could use an hourglass to stop it. Looks like we're getting caught up here at turbo speed.
And removes the Senna with the Ziggs. Very strong in just killing Senna because Senna provides just so many threats on this like open attack. So we'll be able to just put on a ton of pressure and potentially close the game with this. With the lack of fearsome blockers on the side of Ardent, this looks to be potentially a game-ending play.
Yeah, this is so much damage being pushed here on the side of Acid. And yeah, I mean,
2 Rite of Negations as well is just going to make it almost impossible, I feel. This stack could potentially fill up, something that doesn't happen very often, but we see with Talia's effect, Ziggs' effect, and these different cards coming down from Ardent, is a interesting thing. We see the Whale and the Vial on the side of Acid, or on the side of Guardian, excuse me.
is going to put Guardian down to 3 HP, but boom, we see the Rite of Negation coming in clutch here, and all of a sudden, plus 3 HP becomes minus 17. Ziggs Talia going to be able to take it home there.
Absolutely. Just having those Rite of Negations in those matchups just becomes so strong, especially when they need to commit multiple spells to the stack. And that is going to be all she wrote.
Pretty action-packed ending there. We'll see if there's any life left in this series. But I would imagine we are at the end of round 1 here. And we will be taking a look at the standings as they are currently. We've got... Oh, all right. Doesn't seem to be sharing. Oh, there we go. Nice. Great. So, yeah, we have Yangzera at the top, Juju as well, Trevo, Beast Llama, Rogio, Leovold, Kuwako, Sonicholic, Luna, Maddie, Kevin, Tupac, Aruzan, the Phlebotomist, all looking to be 1-0 at this point. And a whole lot of 0-1s there as well. So, again, a lot of tournament entrants this time around, more than we usually see. And that is great. People obviously gearing up, getting ready for seasonal, want to get that practice in with their potential lineups.
Yes, absolutely. Right now is definitely the time to be entering these tournaments, educating yourself on what the tournament meta is looking like, trying things out, and getting ready for seasonals. As it's obviously just such a big time in Runeterra, especially with the announcement that the broadcast is coming back. Something that I was very excited to see. And I see some pretty interesting results if we look at these matchups. Beast Llama being able to take down 4LW, Kevin being able to take down Grandpa Roji, and a ton of notable, consistent tournament players looking to have a bit of a bad beat to start off this tournament.
Yeah, to be a winner, there have to be some losers. So we see some blood being taken in the first round and getting ready to head into that second round here. Faint, if you want to take a look at some of the deck lists, what are some of those recognizable named players bringing today?
Absolutely. Starting off with, let me pull, interested to see what Beast Llama brought to take out 4LW. Looking to find it here. Just one moment.
Yep, I'm doing the same for Sonicholic, a player that we've seen take home at least one victory. I think maybe, a few top cuts here. And looks like the lineup has changed around a little bit. For Sonic today, we're looking at a Scout with 3 of Genevieve, 1 of Cythria, Shield of Durand as well, pretty interesting there. Ziggs Talia, looking to be a favorite of the tournament format right now. So many players bringing it.
It is looking to be a standout, for sure.
And Sonic has been putting up work, of course, with Aphelios, a deck I have been having fun with as well. Stress Defense, interesting inclusion, as well as the Hush, cards that I haven't seen typically run on ladder. And one of Flamespitter as well. So a little bit of a teched version, pretty cool. He's been playing it a lot, so I'm sure that there's a lot of thought that has gone into this lineup.
Absolutely, and those are just cards that, as you mentioned, on a ladder you might not want to be running, but in a tournament format it offers you a ton of flexibility and the ability to target specific things. So I do like those inclusions, and a very interesting lineup. Scouts is something that's just always super consistent in this type of format when you're able to ban out some of the weaker matchups for it. So pretty big fan of that lineup. On the side of Beast Llama here, I did pull up his decks, and he is running Sentinels, which is just another strong deck that has seen a lot of popularity this season, I gotta say. And then we see a Talia Ziggs and a interesting version, one that I was actually running myself today in some games. Talia Ziggs with a Targon splash instead of the traditional Bandle City, with a splash of 3 Chip and 3 Pale Cascade, with Chip just being a pretty strong tempo card and Pale offering some similar flexibility there. Pretty big fan of this list, as I did play some games with it myself. And the third deck of Echo Zillion, Echo Zillion, one of those decks too that I feel like provide a pretty strong advantage in a tournament setting where you're able to single out and target certain types of decks. A very spicy tech though in this deck, a one of defective swap bot, which is a card I've just never seen in any deck. Really. Yeah. And then we see a one of Desert Duel as well for a little bit of interaction to your opponent. Obviously pretty strong when Voice of the Risen is able to give a lot of stats to these different units. If you have Echo on the board, you could potentially get that into some free time tricks, which is just really cool build of these decks. I'm pretty excited to see this in these future rounds, as he is somebody to watch out for in these future rounds of this tournament.
Yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye out for that list. The swap bot tech looking pretty spicy there. Imagine when you're bringing a deck like Echo Zill, it's a deck that a lot of players sort of have as a pet deck, and so they have a lot of reps on it, and that's when you can start to see some pretty cool inclusions being made that may not seem super intuitive from like a net deck perspective. So yeah, just waiting on that second round here. Imagine it's going to come up in a minute or two.
Yeah, and in the meantime, still just looking into some of the other decks that people are bringing. We have Yuumi Pantheon from Quaco, which is another consistent staple that I feel like a lot of people are just finding as one of the stronger decks in the format right now. He also brought a Draven Scion, another consistent one that we saw a few times as well. And the third deck, which is one that we haven't seen as far as on this cast, but I have noticed a lot of people playing on the ladder, this Viego deck with Shurima, which is one that has seen a lot of popularity on the ladder, and a lot of people have been bringing it out. So another one to look out for and potentially see how it works, as it did bring him a win in the first round of this tournament.
Yeah, I've been seeing some people put a Nasus in this as well.
Yeah,
because there's a
I've
lot.
Seen
you go for it.
Oh, I was just saying, I've seen a lot of different versions with either Nasus, Kindred, but opting for the single Viego, wanting to not dilute the pool from the Rite of Calling, and just going for that consistency.
Pantheon is a deck that I expect to see a lot of. It's seasonal. It's just its game plan is so straightforward and really, really hard for a lot of decks to deal with, especially when you start teching in cards like Bastion. A card that we've seen teched in a good amount is the Camphor of the Doubt. I believe Whatamai was the one to popularize this, and I have to say I'm a huge fan of this card. I think it's like another Pantheon almost in your deck. Gives you a chance to draw to it, and you're already progressing its condition there by targeting in different rounds, which is exactly what Pantheon wants. So we've seen this card do some work in other games in this tournament series, and we may see it come into play today as well.
Absolutely, and we do see that in Quaco's version of the list here as a one of. And the other thing that card provides is just the access to a really cool animation that is kind of hidden in the game, as most followers don't really have such a epic animation when they hit their condition, but this one does. So I am excited if we could potentially see that come into play. But yeah, Pantheon, very popular right now. Like you said, expect to see a lot of it in seasonals, with it just being such a powerhouse and able to high roll even potential bad matchups, such as some aggro decks that could potentially give you a problem. You just have that high roll potential of just hitting such strong big units early in the game, and not a lot of answers available from those decks.
I realize it plays pretty different, but it seems almost like this season's Lee Sin, in the fact that its game plan can be hard to interact with for a lot of decks. It's, a win con in a single card almost. And, but when that card is not seen, or the draws aren't quite there, the deck can look quite bad as well. So it has that kind of polarizing feel to it. It's pretty, you're consistently going to be able to create a big unit with the White Flames and the Zenith Blades and even the Saga Seekers if you need to. Yuumi kind of lets you use your Fated units as, potential win cons, but when you see that Pantheon, you know, on curve and it's leveled and it gets those keywords, gives me flashbacks to getting 20-0'd by a Lee Sin kick.
Absolutely. That moment of truth when the leveled Pantheon drops and you just see all the different keywords whirl, and all you can do is cross your fingers and pray he doesn't hit anything good. It is definitely one of the staples that is defining, I feel like, tournament play at this moment. And like you said, although the consistency might not be there to always hit Overwhelm early, the consistency to just create big units that are hard to deal with is always there. And a ton of interaction with single combat, Cataclysm, Concerted Strike. It is a powerhouse to deal with. And in a tournament setting, cards that might not be super prevalent on a latter version of the deck definitely offer some big outs to potential weaknesses, such as Bastion, which just giving Spell Shield is so strong when you have to go for such hard commitment to kill these units off.
Faint, looks like round 2 is just underway now. Do you have Rogio or Beast Llama on your friends list? I've got both. We could dive into that game.
Rogio or Beast Llama, you said?
Yeah.
I do see Beast Llama here.
Great. I will grab the side of Rogio, and we're going to be hopping into our first game of round 2 here.
Excited to see it. Beast Llama, the one bringing that spicy Echo Zillion that I mentioned before. And we see here he is on Ziggs Talia to start things off. With the Targon Splash that I mentioned before, we see the chip in hand, 2 Ancient Preps, and a Rock Hopper, a very strong early curve. And he is up against Pirates, so this strong early game is something that's going to be critical in a matchup like this, where Rogio will be putting on a lot of early pressure. We see him open up with a Crackshot Corsair, which is a pretty strong card. Interesting that Beast Llama opts to start with the Ancient Prep, as there is a countdown to get these units into play. Playing them both early, I think he will look to go Ancient Prep into Chip to probably start off.
Yeah, Crackshot Corsair, definitely correctly named there. The card is cracked, and we see a Mirai Warden. Great hit, although Dragon Chow, not the hit you want to see. And, you know, I might even full swing here with the Chow. Maybe that chip blocks the 0-3. Opting to not even swing.
He goes for the pass. That is looking to be a play to wait for this Misfortune. He also has Twisted in hand. So he could potentially clear a lot of the units on the side of Beast Llama, but this is not the type of opening I would hope to see. This is also something where it shows dividends of the tech of the chip in how much value he got in this matchup, where early on you would probably be playing something like the 2-1 from Bandle City, and that would be weak to Misfortune here, weak to Twisted, but that weakness just isn't present here.
Yeah, what could have been a lot of early damage from Rogio's side, you know, just with that chip at a healthy, chonky 3-3, means that no damage was pushed on turn 2. Now swinging on turn 4, you know, still just so many blockers available on the side of Beast Llama.
Absolutely, and we see just a ton of great blockers available. So I think this is going to be a pretty hard game for Rogio to try to claw his way out of. We see these Ziggs in hand on the side of Beast Llama, and a ability to grant vulnerable as well, which will lead to just a strong late game for sure.
Yeah, there's going to be some potential to clean up some of these units here with a Make It Rain and a TF red card. Opting to go for the Sands here, I would expect to maybe see either the Butcher or the Mirai Warden played. And yeah, the Mirai going to be able to eat up both of those Roiling Sands. And now Ziggs already leveled. Super
Absolutely.
Strong.
And being able to drag the 2-1 for value, the Omen Hawk for value. Although pinging down these units would be something that Rogio would probably think would be very strong to clear these out, Once again, the Targon tech, we have double Pale Cascade in hand on the side of Beast Llama, which should be able to protect a lot of these units from this different AoE damage.
I like this pull here on the side of Beast Llama, opting to get the swing in with the chip, saying if you want to trade out your Misfortune, that is fine with me. And Rogio going to be fervoring a unit here, but man, we are so far away from a lethal on this Pirates side. Beast Llama still at a super healthy 15 HP in round 5.
Absolutely, and just the amount of damage that Ziggs pushes with each landmark counting down is just going to be huge.
This
Goes
red
for this
card
red
going to
card.
clean up the blockers a little bit, and now we see a lot of draw on the side of Beast Llama. Oh, but those Pale Cascades are going to come in clutch and be able to save potentially both. Yeah, going for the double save here. Wow, and that just totally stops Rogio in his tracks this turn.
Absolutely, and the right of the Arcane on the side of Beast Llama could potentially clear a unit and develop another blocker. Relatively strong hit there, able to clear the Rockhopper. But Beast Llama, is going to get an action here and can potentially clear this Misfortune and develop another unit. So, once again, just making this so hard on the side of Rogio. Rogio only having the Decimate in hand is going to need to somehow find a way to push at least 8 more damage.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Beast Llama looking like the aggressor, sitting at 13, while Pirates sitting at 10. Misfortune is
Huge
draw.
top deck of Talia on the side of Beast Llama.
Ooh.
Beast Llama debating if he wants to develop a Preservarium first and potentially duplicate it if a unit was cleared by his side by things like Make It Rain. And he has the mana for Deny. The Deny is in hand, but instead decides to let the Decimate go through as Talia is just such a strong tempo play here.
Yeah, you can hold that right until lethal is presented with another spell. Could even potentially deny, MF ability on the board. But this swing is looking devastating for Rogio. And of course, that landmark will be popping soon and doing more damage with Ziggs. So looking at the blocks here, currently going to -3. Going to need to be able to block that Ziggs, currently going to 1. Only going to be left with a crack shot. That is not what you want to see on the side of Rogio.
Absolutely. And with the Preservarium on the board, that inevitability is there because as soon as that landmark pops, Ziggs will deal 2 to his Nexus and should close out the game. We know that
Looking for trouble.
unless
Found you.
Beast Llama were to block for whatever reason with this Ziggs, a Fervor will not be able to remove it. Interesting to see the Zap buffed by the generated Omen Hawk by the Mirai Warden.
In another game, in another universe, that could have been a game-winning hit for Rogio, but in this current reality that we're in, unfortunately, a Zap at 3/3 is not going to be enough, even with the Misfortune buff and the Crack Shot ability going to be pushing 5 damage this turn. If this were a Decimate in hand, we could be looking at pushing a lethal, but of course, Beast Llama still has that right as backup to stop any potential lethals presented by Rogio.
Absolutely. Getting a lot closer than I would have expected. Still a very strong hit for him, and if he hit Fervor over this Make It Rain, we could have seen a different game potentially. Opts to use the right here, knowing that he wins on the open attack. He wins even before that with the Preservarium. So it was just his one opportunity to use it there. And that is going to close out this game 1.
Talia Ziggs has been looking quite dominant in the tournament so far. I'm not even sure if we've seen it drop a game yet, Faint.
We have not. And the more surprising part to me is we have not seen it drop a game into matchups that I would generally think would be weak for this deck. And it just shows that it has the versatility to still perform in those situations.
Yeah, it had so many early blockers there. At one point, just, you know, outboarding the Pirates player, which is known for being able to flood early units. So this is a great draw, and we have attack token on the side of Rogio. Going to be able to play the double 1-drops on turn 2, opting to go for the rear guard here. And the predict coming down from Beast Llama, not going to be able to have a blocker this turn, but will have one on the following swing.
Absolutely, and we see the Zillion on the side of Beast Llama, which Zillion creating time bombs could be a very strong hit to potentially clear units on the side of Rogio, as well as maybe hitting drop borders. But unfortunately, we see Beast Llama naturally has drawn 2 drop borders, which is obviously units you prefer to see come out at burst speed with your predicts. Still not entirely bad in that we know we have bodies to match the wide board that is going to be presented from Rogio.
Zillion is a good blocker, though, in this matchup at a healthy 4 HP. Not really going to be able to remove anything at this point, although I guess the Mirai could get chump blocked out by Zillion. But often you're going to be able to 2-for-1 trade with those Zillions.
Surprise, surprise.
Absolutely. And we're going to see 2 drop borders drop on the side of Beast Llama, as well as a Scrying Sands in hand to mitigate some of this damage, where this would be a very strong attack on the side of Rogio, but Beast Llama has a lot of good answers to just mitigate everything. And no AoE on the side of Rogio, where this might have swung in his favor after Beast Llama goes for these potential value blocks that I assume he would go for.
Yeah, I mean, these drop borders, kind of exactly what you want to see in this spot. Going to be able to block 2-1s, stay alive, and I would imagine we see a Clockwork here, trade into one of the 3-2s. That looks good to me. Yep, blocking with the Zillion, and all of a sudden you're only pushing 5 right now from the side of Beast Llama. Or Rogio, rather. And where are we seeing this scrying come down? Okay, so we're going to even keep alive our Clockwork. And so we just have a full board of blockers and not many attackers left for Rogio's side.
Absolutely. And we see him there look to keep some units alive with 2 HP to play around AoE in case that does become a draw on the side of Rogio. But as we know, Rogio is sitting with 2 burn spells in hand and a sentry.
Interesting pass there, because there is the sentry in the deck, but had Echo come down, could have had it leveled that turn. So, bit of a heads-up play there from Beast Llama. Doesn't want to get stunned out, allow a develop. And now another drop order in hand on the side of Beast Llama, going to be able to match the tempo presented by Rogio this turn. Although 12 is a lot lower.
Huge draw.
Yeah.
From Rogio.
Yeah.
Because we have the 2 decimates and the fervor adding up to 11 damage and a potential 1 damage from the Corsair. So I wouldn't be surprised if we just see him push this 1 damage before there's a potential response from Beast Llama. And Beast Llama might need to be predicting into a deny to live here.
Yeah, currently no way to stop that damage. We do see the Echo coming down, and yeah, we're gonna be presenting a potential lethal here from Rogio's side. So looking a lot better than we did last game. At this point on turn 5, opponent was a lot healthier, and our hand was a lot more dead. So Rogio doing a good job here, even after getting full blocked. Just getting those good draws, like all good aggro players do. Just draw units early, draw burn late, and that is how it's supposed to work.
Absolutely. This is just shows the power of aggro and the way that dealing damage to face is not bad. And the one thing about it, though, is Beast Llama, with the predicts that are available to the deck, with the Echo potentially generating more predicts, will have some opportunities to find this card that could save the game for him.
Did find the Chrono Break, so that could spell trouble for Rogio next turn. Rojo will be sitting on 6 mana, so not going to be able to play a Decimate and the Fervor next turn. Just needs to survive and fade the Deny. Beast Llama has to put the pressure on this turn.
And he does. And this is actually going to be a huge attack on the side of Beast Llama since he found that Chrono Break. He might be able to close out the game here, but if he doesn't, this could swing the other way. This is quite an interesting turn.
Yeah, need to see some really thoughtful blocks here from the side of Rojo. Got to be thinking about Chrono Break. 3 mana is available, so you don't need to block everything, but you do definitely want to be blocking the Echo here. And I like using the Fervor as well this turn. Gives you access to play Decimate for lethal next turn. Could be blocking a 5/4 here instead. Currently looking to go down to 7. So this HP may matter when this 3/3 is resummoned with a Chrono Break.
Absolutely. I do like you said, blocking the 5/4 instead, because the thing that we're trying to play around as far as Chrono Break, we're not really adding any value by killing this unit. So still thinking here, hasn't submitted his blocks, so may potentially switch it around.
Yeah, we're actually losing value by taking this block by giving the opponent value off of a resummon. And again, we're taking 2 extra damage here, so we'll see if that comes into play with this Chrono Break. But I would imagine it will, because 7 is not a healthy life total here for Rojo. No. And there is the Chrono Break coming down. Zig's emote in response, not going to be enough to save Rojo from what's going to be a huge swing here.
Absolutely. The thing that I'm just questioning in my head, I am pretty sure after
we could have stopped 12 of this.
I think we
would still be dead.
Yeah, so it didn't actually matter in the sense of winning or losing the game, but still
it could have mattered, Faint,
spot to be in.
And that's what matters, you know?
Exactly.
In some world it mattered, not this one, but you want to be building those good habits, and yeah, no reason to block the 3/3 there, but doesn't matter. Had that Chrono Break early, and that's really when the deck functions so well, is when it's able to find those early Chrono Breaks with the Risen buff and just apply so much pressure early on and just force terrible blocks while generating value with those predicts from Echo. So very well played there from the side of Beast Llama. Going to be taking down that series 2-0 over Rojo, and pretty fast. So I imagine we're going to be able to dive into some other games here in round 2 that are ongoing. So anything jumping out to you, Faint?
Yeah, just taking a look right here. I think if you have Leo, I have Quacko, and we could potentially jump into that one.
Yep, I do have Leovold. Oh, got to allow spectate, though. A lot of these players obviously playing in the RA weekly series. I imagine they're turning their spectate off for that, and got to remind them to turn it back on. So gonna wait for that. Maybe we take a look at another match in the meantime.
Sounds good. Taking a look at what some of our other options are potentially.
Got Yang Zera. Yang.
I do have both of them.
Okay, I'm going to grab Yang's perspective. Going to jump into this game against Friend of Zoe. And Yang looking to be on scouts, currently getting Cytheria Equinoxed from a mono Zoe Bandle City Targon deck. So Friend of Zoe living up to the name there, saying screw other champions, all I need is the Space Girl to win. 1 drops for the win, and looking to be in a strong spot here with so many cards in hand.
Absolutely. Yangzera, just not a lot going on there, especially with the Cytheria Silence. and unfortunately not able to get the perspective of Friend of Zoe because, as we mentioned, does have Spectate disabled at the moment.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was
see
looking
a
at a
strong
SI hand
boost
there,
attack.
and I was like, wow, Zoe really can do anything with those invokes, but no, not getting a second hand perspective here. Not a problem, and we see Zoe, you know, just played, but a very nice 3-3 at the moment from that written. And a block coming down on the Fortitude, going to try to save max HP here. 2 for Demacia in Yang's hand, looking quite dead at this point.
Absolutely. With 2 health left
I've got your back.
and just not a way to generate Fearsome. Again, that silence is so strong. And essentially turning what could have potentially maybe been a win on the side of Yang Zera into just what looks to be a guaranteed loss, I would say.
Yeah, these Equinox decks often quite strong into the Scout decks because you're able to, you know, silence off their big threats. You can find stuns to stop their big turns. Of course, lifesteal. Just so many options available within Targon to make the Scout's life difficult. And we see a 4 Demacia coming down here. Not going to be able to play 2 this turn. I would imagine we're going to try to clean up that lifesteal unit.
Absolutely. And Bandle City just providing so many different small blockers. And a silence coming down. Speaking of silences, Strong once again in taking care of this Broadwing and making it so there's just once again no hope on the side of Yang Zera, and he hits the surrender button.
Yeah, we'll stay tuned and see if there is another game in that series. Yang, a known Targon player, so getting a little bit of that medicine back there as Scout's not able to take it down over Mono Zoe. We might have to take a look at this list, Faint, and see what the secret spice is coming from the side of Friend of Zoe. Can't say that I've seen many Mono Zoe decks this season on ladder.
Yes, and I have the deck list here, and he is running Curious Shellfolk with the classic Shellfolk package of Otterpuss, Trinket Trade, a 1-of Spell Thief, and just representing that Curious Shellfolk is a card that, although after the nerf definitely saw a decrease in play rate, is one that can still perform in this tournament format. Yordle Captain, also another strong card in that list, able to just buff up all of these different small units that Bandle City is providing you.
Yeah, I really like the Bandle Commando. It's just generating units is great, and generating spell shielded Owlcats is even better. Gives you fodder for Sketcher too if you need it. So pretty cool kind of tech there in the list, but not running another champion is an interesting choice for sure. There is a lot of value packed into the list as it currently stands, so maybe just doesn't need another champion, is using the slot for something like a captain, you know, or those star shapings potentially.
Yeah, absolutely. Just finding that these other cards in the deck are providing more value. And although not by definition, Shellfolk being one of those cards that, in a way, almost acts as a champion in that it requires a lot of different cards to get maximum value. So just finding that Zoe is the one that's providing the most value there.
Looks like we were able to get in on the Leovold versus Kuwako game, and there is still so much game left. We've got Mono Shurima running it into Yuumi Pantheon, and this is a matchup that is supposedly Pantheon favored. It can be very hard for them to deal with just the massive units. Yes, you can silence off the, Overwhelm, but you can't silence off the health, and it gets stacked up with the Yuumi. So looks like we have a bug here. We're not going to be able to see. Okay, nice. The Sun Disk currently sitting on 22, and we see a Waking coming down from the side of Leo, going to be trying to clean up that White Flame.
Absolutely. And just to fill in on the game before, Quacko was able to take that game against Monoshirima with Viego. So this is going to be Quacko in the lead in this series.
Lead the way, Book. You've been following me?
So Quacko looking to close it out here. We do see the Yuumi coming down on the White Flame. Pantheon currently sitting on 2 out of 5. And that is going to make it too large for the Charger to kill. You may still swing into it, trying to get it just low. Push a little bit of damage here. Azir sitting on 8 out of 13. Xerath nowhere to be found, and currently sitting at 1 out of 4.
Absolutely. And interesting to see the Clockwork Curator fitting into the deck now after the nerf coming in to Monoshirima.
Yeah, it's a card that I was
interesting
experimenting with to just try to level, as fast as you used to. I also thought the Predict could be good to include, but people are opting for the Curator just to have like another early blocker in the deck that sometimes struggles into aggro.
Absolutely. We see no block on the side of Leo, obviously only saving 1 HP with the Treasure Seeker block, just looking to be something that he doesn't really want to do. And this is going to be a tough spot if we're not able to find a quicksand deal with this 11/11 dragon on the side of Quacko. Interesting to just go for a pass here. Not develop any units. This is going to be tough, especially when we know that to develop both of our champions, we won't be able to do that this round. And we have not found Xerath. This is looking to be, once again, oh my goodness. Okay, I was wondering. I was like, he overplays the Sun Disc and then just hits the surrender button, realizing that there is no hope up for him in that game. And it's going to be Quacko taking that set, I believe, 2-0.
Yeah, and Quacko doing the smart thing there, which is not triggering the Roiling Sands. Once you have your win condition on board as Pantheon, you don't need to feed into their win condition of Xerath. You can just keep swinging with that buffed up Overwhelm unit and saying, if you don't deal with this, you are on a short clock. And Leo running out of time there, not able to find anything to stop that lethal. So well played to Quacko there, closing it out in round 2, and probably have time to jump into one more match as we are wrapping up round 2 here.
Yeah, very well played. And like you said, just to play around the Rolling Sand, some stuff that was very much developed as Monoshirima was such a strong deck last season, people realizing some of the weaknesses to the deck and the ways that you could just try and minimize the value it has.
It looks like I do have... Yeah, who do you have?
Or who do you have? I'm sorry.
I was going to say Kevin versus
Kevin,
Maddie.
I think I have Kevin.
All right, I will grab Maddie's side.
HDR Kevin, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, I have him.
Sweet. So, well, only 4 HP left, but Maddie, no burn in hand currently. And we see what looks to be, wow, Udi or Sivir. Yeah, playing into Maddie Mon. Going to be taking out the Echo. Are going to see the Predict coming down for Maddie's side. And that is one Time Bomb coming down. Station is a great pickup there.
Yeah, Station could potentially hit some more burn that could close out this game. A ton of different, just flexible spells. Station is a powerhouse in the deck.
Let me get you that file.
Opts for the free Predict. Doesn't have to use any mana here. Could potentially search for things like Hexite Crystals if those had been shuffled in prior. And a ton of Zillions in the hand, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, not a champ spell you want to see one of, let alone 2. And this version
it actually is relatively strong here in that if there is any removal to deal with these units, when we only need to push such a small amount of damage, could be okay.
Oh,
goes for the Absolver play to push lethal, threaten it, and
right is not going to be able to stop that. Yep.
Yeah.
Well done to Maddie there. It's interesting to note that this version of the list, which I've been seeing crop up a little bit more on ladder, not running any Mystic shots. What are your feelings on that, Faint?
It's definitely an interesting choice. It's one of those ones where I definitely would need to know what they are adding in place of it, but I generally do like Mystic Shot in the deck. I feel like it's just very flexible. Like, the reason it's been such a staple in PNZ for so long is it's just so flexible in so many different situations. But once again, I could see wanting some different options in a tournament setting. Like, we saw the swap bot being an addition in Beast Llama's version of the deck. Not sure if that was one that was ran in this situation, but if you were to need to make room for some other cards, I think that is probably where I'd start also.
Looks like we have a little bit of, a lot of life left in this game of Sonic Holic versus Lunari. Sonic Holic looking to be on scouts, like we mentioned before. And surprise, surprise, we are seeing yet another Ziggs Talia game.
Yes, Ziggs Talia, once again, the standout of this tournament. If there's one thing I'm personally taking it away, is Ziggs Talia is a deck I think you need to add in almost any tournament lineup at this point, because we've just seen the success with so many different combinations. And the vulnerable being granted to the misfortune on the side of on the side of Sonic, excuse me, is just going to give Lunari a ton of different opportunities and chances to potentially take this out. We see the Shield of Durand on the side of Sonic, which should make it pretty difficult to have a response. Make It Rain is guaranteed to hit this 3-1. If we want to potentially lose the second misfortune in hand, we'll see if he opts for it. He does. And overall, I like that play. We'll be able to set up some scout units on the side of Sonic and start to really progress this misfortune. We were able to get one attack, so we will be very soon to see a leveled misfortune, which absolutely blows the game into Scout's favor. And Shield of Durand is just going to be like such a strong way to preserve this. On the side of Lunari, though, we do see Talia. So if Talia is able to become leveled up on the board, that effect will kill through the Shield of Durand.
Yeah, there was some consideration there to be taken of like giving up that MF and replaying one that doesn't have vulnerable, because now you're priced into protecting this MF at all times. But I don't mind the line from Sonic there, you know, saying it's already at 1 out of 4 and also just able to develop the Sculptor as well as, you know, curve into the Navigator and even potentially the Squire. So it's a good use of mana. I see some merit to both lines. But yeah, this is looking quite strong from Sonic's side.
This is a very interesting turn, though, here. Right of the Arcane can potentially kill the Misfortune. And if he doesn't opt to unit, maybe opts to use one of his other spells, just keep his mana back, the Rally is in hand on the side of Sonic, which can threaten the level up. We see he is setting up this Right of the Arcane. There is going to be a response with the Shield Durand once again. And I like using it right away. Potentially just thinking about things like Prank and just a ton of different threats that Sonic could have to potentially keep this alive.
It's going to be hard to keep that MF alive next turn, though, right, Faint? If we see an open from the side of Lunari, not a lot of protection, currently sitting on 2 HP, and Sonic almost opting to swing there with it, instead opting to hold it back. MF sitting on 3 out of 4, and if Sonic is able to find a level on that MF, going to be swinging the game very much in his favor.
Absolutely. And one of the strongest components that Lunari has on his side is still that Talia on his side of the board is going to be able to kill through the Rally, even if he does play it, even with the Ranger's Resolve too. So this is going to be quite an interesting turn and may decide the game.
both champs only one away from leveling here, and that's really when the power level of this deck, Ziggs Talia, just spikes out of control, especially when you start stacking Overwhelm on these champions. So, well played by Lunari to set up this draw. Going to be able to go for a double draw line with the Talia copy this turn. Seems to be a very, very popular line from a lot of players. All of a sudden, what was, you know, 4 or 5 cards in hand becomes 7 or 8 the following turn.
Absolutely. It's just one of the strongest aspects of this deck is just being able to get so much draw, especially when this deck, each card has just so much strong intrinsic value. We see the debate for the rally here.
Like you said, Feint, not going to be able to save through the Talia, so again, we had a second MF in hand. Was it worth playing? Was it not? Having Vulnerable on this MF, although it had already seen some level progress, we felt priced into keeping it alive, and now all of a sudden it's hard to, keep it alive once we've sunk all of these resources into it.
Absolutely. I think that just went to him overvaluing the Shield of Durand and thinking that it'd be able to keep Misfortune alive through pretty much whatever threat Lunari had. But I think the one threat that we couldn't answer was this Talia that Lunari had been sitting back and just waiting until this moment to take this out. Doesn't even go for the rally, recognizes that it is going to die to this Talia, and a pretty strong alternate line of being able to use the 6-mana spell generated from the Sergeant and Rally as a potential turn next round.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that. Feint, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the card Yordles in Arms, but this card for Demacia looks very, very similar in my mind.
Especially after it got the Riot treatment. A very similar effect indeed.
But one more mana, Keck W. Imagine having to spend 6 mana for +3/+3. Couldn't be me. It can be Sonic, though. And sitting on that perfect, fully banked 10 mana, just enough for the 4 Demacia rally. And as it stands right now, a lot of draws coming down for Lunari. Let's see if a right can be picked up. That really is what you want to see this turn.
And he does not hit the right, which means this is going to potentially go through. He could use a double pokey stick to remove one of these scouts, which would either lead to Sonic opting for a Ranger's Resolve, which would make him tap below rally, or be forced to let it go through to hold up the rally. So I could see that as a potentially strong play on the side of Lunari to just force a difficult decision for Sonic, and he does go for it, aiming at this 2/2.
Yeah, it's worth noting that Talia is healthy enough to double block a lot of these units as well, so going to be able to take some chumps here. Ziggs, not so much going to be able to, but, now with these pokey sticks coming down, you're not as wide as you want to be during this rally.
Absolutely, and the other thing that Lunari has to his benefit is that they have this next action after the spell goes through. They have a Rock Hopper and an Endless Devout in hand, which are just going to be great chump blockers to just decrease the amount of value this attack is going to get for Sonic. And we see him, he goes for the Rangers as well, recognizing that the width of his board is essentially offering him more value than what that rally would provide at that point.
Yeah, you could put MF down this turn and get double level progress. That's not bad. But we do see in Lunari's hand, with the Absolver, some potential lethals could be found if Lunari is able to keep Talia alive until next turn.
Absolutely. And I think that is what Lunari is going to be looking to do. If I was Lunari, I would just try to have this Talia make it to this next round, because I think that attack is something that just can't be answered from a Scout's deck, generally.
And fortunately for Lunari, we do have access to be able to play 2 blockers Wow, MF can't catch a break this game, just getting vulnerable after vulnerable back to back. You know, as a Scouts hater somewhat, I do love to see it. And I would imagine we see a potential Devout come down here on the side of Lunari.
I would think so as well. And with the Scout attack and these units having tough now, I could see this swinging into Sonic's favor. This is a tough spot to be in, actually.
I mean,
I was
wait, a lot of
Sonic
damage.
out, but I think he might just have the win, to be honest.
Quicksand would have been
trade
good.
down any of these units. Yeah.
Quicksand might have been
would be
key
huge to get rid of Scout.
Yeah, exactly. You're smart. Hey, man, we're on the same wavelength.
Yeah, bro. I've been playing a good amount of this deck, like I mentioned earlier, so I'm pretty familiar with the Quicksand right now.
Yeah, I might have to brush up on it.
If you didn't get it from watching these games the way we've been watching so far, it is definitely one I think you'd want to sink some time into.
Yeah, and we see a full 6 being pushed here, even though there is a chump block coming through, so Talia going to be able to stop some of this damage. Will still be 4 wide afterwards. I guess from that point, you can full block everything that's not MF and live, but that would mean giving up your Talia.
Love ya.
Which is just something we don't want to do. We do see there is another Talia in the hand of Lunari, but there just won't be the mana to play out this Absolver, which I don't think you'd be able to live to another turn, just especially with the rallies that we know is in the hand of Sonic.
Yeah, it all comes down to, like, if Ziggs with Absolver could push enough damage. But Ziggs... Oh, yeah, Ziggs is going to have to go down here, so you won't...
Everything's got to go down. This is...
You have another Ziggs in hand,
not
though,
where
as
you
well,
wanna be.
right, for Lunari?
You do have a Ziggs in hand, and if that Ziggs plus Absolver is able to push enough damage, you might be okay.
What? 1 HP gaming on the side of Lunari.
I personally would have liked a switch to not kill that Misfortune, because it gave you the opportunity to drag it since it did have Vulnerable. And now, on the side of Lunari, he will get chump blocked by the 2/5 Scout. And that 2 damage might just make the difference in this game.
The consideration there may have been that Make It Rain, you know, could kill Lunari, but you have already seen 2 MFs at this point, so maybe you don't have to be as worried about Make It Rain. 8 mana in a Dream here. We do see the absolute ideal top deck from Lunari. It is the Arsenal. Pantheon's not the only one who can keyword casino his way into a win, so could just go all in here on the Arsenal. Pray for lifesteal.
Combination of elusive Scout, elusive Impact could close the game.
What? How about lifesteal elusive? Not enough to close the game, but gonna be enough to heal up Lunari back to 9 HP.
That is absolutely huge for them, but a very strong play on the side of Sonic being able to play this Broadwing and have the rally, which the rally obviously threatens a ton of damage, but the barrier will stop the lifesteal from going through. And then you could potentially drag again for an open attack kill on the next round.
Yep, Challenger would have been the extra nuts there on the Arsenal. Fury and Faded not looking too hot. And Sonic here going to be taking that line Faint mentioned, not going to be giving more lifesteal. And Challenger here just going to be massive, being able to dictate actually pushing damage. If this wasn't on the board, Arsenal blocking, you know, healing up even more would be devastating for Sonic. But as it stands, 2 great top decks for these players this round.
Absolutely. And a pretty big comeback on the side of Sonic. I thought I was counting him out a bit towards the middle of this game. It just seemed like Lunari was just in such a strong position, but this is going to be it, as we see on the side of Lunari that there's just no counters to this open attack.
Double
Especially
1
at
HP gaming. We don't see this too often, Faint. Really, really close game here. Very glad we got to catch this one. And, yeah, well played from both sides, playing to their outs.
Absolutely, and we see a little bit of showmanship on the side of Lunari, just showing some of the cards that were in their hand, but that is going to do it. And that was a very fun game, I gotta say.
We must all do our duty.
Yeah, that was a great one. Good job to Sonic being able to take that down from what looked to be an unfavorable position. That 4 Demacia turn just ended up being quite key to winning that round. So,
And the specific decision in that round to go for the Rangers resolve rather than the rally line that he potentially had. The Rangers resolve plus Misfortune, just such a strong decision.
we're back on the desk, Feint, and that was still round 2. So I think we're probably going to be wrapping up round 2 here. Caught a lot of good sets. Always glad to see double 1 HP gaming. Pretty awesome. Going to be taking a look at the bracket as it stands and see what our standings are looking like right now.
Yes, checking out the standings, we have Quacko, Beaslama, Friends of Zoe, just to name a few of the players that are sitting at 2-0 at the moment and off to a very strong start in this tournament. We have Maddie Mon as well, Aruzin, and it's just very cool for me to see a lot of these players performing so well when they are players that a lot of them I do not know. And it just shows like the depth of players in Runeterra and how like there's just so many different like hidden bosses per se and players on the come up as tournament play just continues to go in the game. Just more people getting better and getting these opportunities to showcase their skills.
The true trophy today would not be the $50 that the player will win. It's actually going to be being put on Feint's to watch list for players. Very coveted spot there. Not too many people on it. So, yeah, there is a lot of depth to the talent in the tournament scene, and always room to get involved yourself if that's something you're interested in doing. Head on over to MasteringRuneterra.com or to their Patreon. You can sign up and get access to this Road to Seasonals tournament series. Big shout out to Community Gaming for the sponsor. And Feint, I think we're good to hop to a short break here as we wait for round 3.
Sounds good, man. Excited for some more intense Runeterra action. I think that was a great game to leave off on. So, I'm definitely needing a break after that.
Stay tuned. We'll have more Runeterra action for you in a few minutes. So, see you guys soon. And we are back from break. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. And round 3 is underway. We're going to be jumping into a game from 2 players we have not seen on the stream yet, Zeta Goblin and Urbellion. So we're going to be grabbing their perspectives and looking to be a good match here as we open up round 3.
Yeah, excited to see what these players decided to bring for their lineups and see if it looks similar to some of the other players. A lot of different consistencies we've been seeing throughout lineups. Things like Talia, Ziggs,
Draven Scion a little bit, some Burn, some Scouts. We do see that Yerb is on Jace Lux, Viego, that Viego list, Mono Viego with Shurima, and then Victor Lee. This is a cool deck that people have been doing really well with in RA and on ladder. First time we could be seeing it today in tournament. So let's dive into the game, and we have got Zeta looking to be on Draven Scion, playing into the Lux Jace of Urbellion.
Absolutely, and this Lux Jace, a deck, first time seeing it as far as in any of these lineups today. And it is a powerhouse of a deck, one that is benefited a lot from the play cast changes that were implemented with this latest balance patch. So not surprised to see it in this lineup. Honestly surprised I haven't seen more of it. And into this Scion matchup where it's funny because I've been saying it for most of these matchups this tournament, one that I think Scion would have a little bit of an edge into, but I have yet to cast the Scion winning yet today.
Yeah, Forge Chief, too. Such a strong one-drop. Cephalopod has gone on record saying probably the strongest one-drop in the game. And, it's definitely up there. It's worth noting that there is no Radiant Guardian in the list of Yerb. So no immediate healing going to be accessible. And they're not running the summon a random 5 cost, rather, either. So Radiant might have been nice enough to have as a one-of in this list, but Zeta looking to have somewhat of a clunky hand here, not even being able to play anything on turn 3, has the Twin Blade, has the Scion, and then just a whole lot of burn that is, not what you want to have at this point in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. If I was Zeta, I would potentially look to just confirm this Rummage into 3 damage if you could, because with so much burn in hand, whatever chip you could get is absolutely huge. But like you said, pretty clunky start. It's again something where I think the clunkiness doesn't necessarily mean that they're behind, because you know that they just need to push a little bit of damage into a matchup with no healing. But going wide with the Forge Chiefs is exactly why I was potentially considering, if I were in his shoes, to just go for that open attack. But
yeah, that or a Shock Blast, both are pretty punishing, and we do see the Rummage coming in now. Draven being picked up with a Reborn, so some potential for a better swing in future turns, but Yerb is almost past that awkward mark of the deck, where you need to survive early turns. Still sitting on 20 HP at turn 5. Not exactly where you want to be on the side of Zeta. And we have a nice curve, too.
To potentially challenge this Flame Chompers.
Yep.
For just free value. Very interesting to see the discard on the Ephemeral here. That's one that I think generally you wait until your attacking turn to just potentially go wider and take advantage of that strength of the deck, but you're just going to be losing value here to stop units that probably weren't looking to attack anyways this round.
Yeah, you could have played Draven there instead, had access to the Axe, and then potentially traded it into the Jace if they went for a pull. Jace offering a pass here, and I don't know if you take this on the side of Zeta. I don't hate developing another Revenant just to be able to try to go wider, because if you accept this, what's on board next turn? We do see an accept. It's just a 3-1, a 2-1, and an 0-2. Not super threatening into Yerb right now.
get where he's coming from with the pass there. I think that just getting one turn closer to Scion, when again there is just huge damage in the hand of Zeta with the 2 Decimates and the Fervor, is just beneficial in that you could potentially pull some more chip damage this turn with the 2 Chompers available. This is not a bad position to be in if I'm Zeta. I'm not feeling too bad about this.
The main answer for Scion that they would have in the deck is either a Thermo Beam or a Concerted Strike, and we do see a Concerted Strike right now in the hand of Yerb, so that is going to be a potential showstopper, as well as when you pair that with a potential Lux Laser, you know, then you're able to shoot down the resummoned Ephemeral Scion, which of course does have 4 HP when it is returned. So, you know, some interesting lines that could be taken. Opting to not play the Lux this turn. Still does have 6 mana if they want to go for a leveling Jace line. And we do see a Draven coming down from Zeta.
Yes, it's Draven coming down, and again, we are going to be able to drag 2 of these blockers here for Yerb and potentially push 2 to 3 damage.
Big numbers, Faint. Big. I need excitement. Those are big damage numbers.
Big 2 damage.
Huge damage numbers here. We just might be able to push 2 damage on turn 6 here on Zeta's side. It is looking promising. It's a lot of burn in hand, but, you know, we're still going to be a far way off here, and we'll see how Yerb elects to block. You know, you are at a card advantage right now on Zeta's side, so that is worth noting. Yerb's hand could potentially run out of steam, but we see arguably the best 2-drop in the game, Pharaoh's Financier, in the hand of Yerb. And that card almost single-handedly carries this deck on its back. Just so much free value that can be generated there. And a 2/2 stat line for 2, not too shabby either. We do see Jace electing to block. Are there any protection spells in the hand? Yeah, I like this more if there aren't.
Yes. Realizing that the axe was kept back to potentially threaten this Jace, as it's just obviously flexible in that regard. Realizes that he can put it in front of the 2/1 and the axe won't put it into any type of range. And not blocking the Draven, that 3 damage, again, just as somebody that's played a lot of these burn decks in my day, 1 attack of 3 to 2 damage literally can be all you need in certain moments. So you're happy if you get that.
We do have
have
11 in hand. Yeah, we have 11 plus Scion, so, you know, it's nice to see damage connecting. Ideally, Zeta would like to see some damage connect a little bit earlier in the game. We do see full spell mana being banked on the side of both players on this turn, actually. But it is looking very likely that Jace is going to be able to level.
Mm-hmm. And the Lux was never established on the board for Yerb, so, like, that potential answer to Scion that we are talking about might not be there when that moment comes. Because another tough thing about it is we're talking about the Concerted Strike leading into the beam. There is no other fast speed spells for that Lux to see at the moment to give that beam. So the Concerted Strike could go through, and then we still just don't have an answer to create a beam.
Yeah, I'd like to see Lux developed here. I mean, you could go for a For Demacia and remove some threats this turn. Zeta tapping under Scion, not electing to play Scion this turn. But if you're on the side of Yerb, you definitely want to be getting those laser value. And I don't even hate the idea of playing a For Demacia defensively. And yeah, we do see the Lux coming down this turn, still having full spell mana banked. And we're getting to that scary point on Yerb's side where you have 12 mana available in a couple turns, and that's when you can start jamming out those 6-cost spells, getting double lasers. And Faint, we talked about the cast change earlier on, but it's sounding like there's some rumblings in the water that the cast changes aren't done, and that Jace Lux is going to get another buff in being able to double get lasers off of a 6-cost spell being played and copied by Jace with the Lux on board.
I did hear of that change being something that is in the works, and this deck is already so powerful, and I've seen it perform so well to this moment. I think this is going to fly up the tier list as soon as that change comes through.
Could have had a potential line of discarding a Poro and trying to kill the Jace there. It might have been interesting.
A pretty big draw to hit the second Lux, because like I mentioned before, we didn't have a way to get the beam prior to this. Like, the beam in the amount of actions we needed to. Opts for the 4 Demacia. I actually really like this play because it just really stunts what the Scion player can do. I feel like most of the time we probably see a pass back here, see if they opt to use the final spark, and most of the time this is just going to lock in the game because we have the... Oh, interesting. So we see the attack, which we have a barrier for Lux if we want to use it. We have just a ton of huge blockers. This is looking like a very strong position for Europe.
And we do see that, yeah, the Scion is going to be able to be shot here, so I'm not going to be able to push any more damage. Could potentially play the Poro with some axes to get in some cheeky damage. And if we axe the Poro, okay, so we see the Fervor coming down, could see the Concerted Strike to stop it here, and that would spell disaster for Zeta, as looking to be a bit out of steam after this Fervor goes off. Not going to be able to find a lethal without this hitting.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough position.
Oh!
The Fervor does go through, which we have the 8 damage in hand, and this Poro with 2 axes could threaten the 3 damage to potentially close out the game. Ooh, and he taps below the Concerted Strike. This could be disastrous.
You're often not thinking about needing to concerted a 1-1 Poro, but not having Sharpsight here. Oh, what? Not committing the axes?
Use the axes. Oh, that is a big drop, I feel, for the side of Zeta. Not recognizing that.
There's no healing.
Europe can just hit lifesteal off of this J spell. We could end up in a position where it didn't matter anyways.
We see Zeta saying F you, Sqweeby, F you, Faint, and picking up the Get Excited, so lethal still accessible if we go into future turns, but a potential throw there is, of course, there is no main deck healing. Acceleration's gate here with 5 units on board being double cast. I mean, there's a high likelihood to not only hit lifesteal, but to hit lethal this turn. So we'll see how this turn develops for Yerb, but looking to be in a very strong spot here.
Absolutely. I think it's almost a guaranteed lethal with the rally in hand afterwards, because whatever destruction is going to be dealt on this open attack is just going to come once again once that rally goes through. So I think this should be the game here.
We did have a chance to remove this Jace at 2 health earlier with the Chompers. We could have used these axes to try to threaten the removal on it. Might have been an interesting line to take.
Triple Scout getting hit on 3 of these units.
Yeah, that's devastating. No Demacia for Zeta.
Triple Scout. We have a rally. There's Challenger on this Jace. This is devastating for Zeta. Zeta would be able to develop a Baboon, a Chompers this round as extra blockers, so I think they might have had a potential chance to live through this before those hits, but those are some powerful keywords. Absolutely game-breaking ones.
Yeah, who needs lifesteal when you get the Scout and Yerb's deck all of a sudden cosplaying as Scouts? We still see the Laser Beam available this turn for Yerb, as well as that rally, like you mentioned, Feint. It's been a tech that Dave Bow has been putting in the list, and you can see why it's so powerful all of a sudden. You don't only need a 4 Demacia, you know, you have back-to-back, you have J-Spell, you have a lot of 6-cost spells that synergize well with Rally, and we see Yerb going to be able to just pick off units here from the side of Zeta. So Zeta's got to be praying that there's just no Rally in hand.
Even to that point, there is, with that Get Excited play, you just don't have enough blockers.
You don't, yep.
To really just, yeah, survive here, I would think. Just hoping that there's no spells in the hand of Yerb, but I feel like that's just not a reliable strategy when you know the whole deck is built around this here.
Yeah.
There's the rally, there's the GGs, and that is going to close out this game 1.
So, yeah,
Always
Yerb...
love when the Broadwing gets attack.
Yeah.
Just for show.
Yerb losing a little bit of value there, rallying on their own turn, not going to be able to get that double attack from the scout, so maybe a potential misplay there, you know, it's not saving the rally, but killing to -30, not too shabby. So Lux Jace, very, very strong showing.
Yeah, once again, as I mentioned towards the beginning of that game, a deck surprised I hadn't seen more of it in this tournament up to this point, because I think it is definitely a sleeper and a strong potential pick for people's tournament lineups, seasonals, and whatever else, and just showcasing the strength of it there. But once again, not to harp on it too much, but a lot of different lines on the side of Zeta that could have potentially swung the game into his favor. So we're going to see Viego into Scion. And this is a matchup that can be pretty difficult, I feel, for the Scion player. So gonna need some good draws and gonna need some good fortune here.
I just realized that I guess my dyslexia has been influencing me to say Zeta Goblin instead of Zeta Globin. But what the heck is a Globin? I'm gonna just keep rocking with the Goblin. Maybe just Zeta. But yeah, did just notice that spelling there.
As soon as you pointed that out, I realized that I was in a similar boat with you.
I led you down a dark path, Feint, and you followed. That's what good friends are for. So, yeah, we do see a much better opening this time for the side of Zeta. You know, has a 2-drop, has a 3-drop, has Scion. So, not exactly that double decimate fervor hand that we saw last time. And the side of Yerb, though, a lot of early plays as well. So, evenly matched heading into this round 2 here.
Absolutely. From this point, I would think the top decks are going to be very important to determine how this game is going to go, because I would say we're at an evenly matched hand state for both players at the moment. Interesting that Zeta trades down his 2-1 to preserve his life total there. No fearsome blockers at the moment on the side of Yerb, but he develops that. And we have a potential Mystic shot to open up the board for 4 damage. We'll see if he opts to take it here. Some consideration, thinking about it, but opts to pass. There was the response of Hourglass in Yerb's hand, so that was a potential way for them to still not take that damage.
There's also, it's worth noting, 3 of Glimpse in the deck for, you know, get some extra value there, deny some Mystics. The only healing available is Vile Feast as a 3 of. You know, this is not like Ionia Viego that runs Refuge and sometimes even Feyfolk. So we do see some blocks being taken here. Does Zeta opt to actually take this 4-2 into the 3-1? Not exactly, you know, the block that you want to have, and could potentially go for a Whirling Deathline, you know, Axe, maybe Scion, or maybe Survival Skills, and then go for a Draven level Instead of opting to just do a raw Whirling Death, I don't mind this either. You don't really want to discard anything in this hand currently.
Like you mentioned, though, that line definitely not a bad one, because you would be granting Overwhelm to the Fortitude to push some extra damage and threatening a leveled up Draven. So don't mind the decision here to just keep the units alive, but I think there still is some upside on the alternative line as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard to level Draven now. I guess we do still have the survival skills in hand, so, you know, could go for a block on one turn with it and then a swing, but putting Draven down to 1 HP, not going to feel great when you have 3 Vile Feasts on the side of Yerb. No Withering Wails, but a 2 of Vengeance as well. And no Atrocity in the list is a little interesting. Don't have to worry about some cheeky Atro Lethals on Zeta's side.
And you're just going for the open attack, recognizing that there's not good blockers on the board for Zeta, and realizing that if he developed Viego, he probably wouldn't be attacking into this board anyways. So just goes for the value there, and I like that. Vengeance, a pretty strong draw to answer a Scion. Scion returned, and just diminish the value of that. We could potentially grant vulnerable to one of these elusives to lower their attack, or just wait for maybe a different higher value unit to grab with that. But a lot of good options for Europe here. Zeta's just trying to push whatever damage they can. Only 7 burn in hand, so we're gonna need to have a lot more damage just go through on the board here.
Yeah, and losing that attack on the Poro, you know, could be relevant. There's right now in the hand, I mean, there is the Quicksand, of course, but you do want to be pushing damage with these elusives, and that Viego going to be so hard for Zeta to deal with. You know, you don't want to be sending your burn at units, and Viego just going to be able to consistently stack up and present bigger and bigger threats on board.
Absolutely. And you're recognizing that although those quicksands are things that could be used on these elusives, it is a valuable resource that most of the time we probably want to keep back for Scion.
Yeah, you would be super happy from Zeta here if you did see a quicksand come down. I mean, you're only pushing right now only 1 damage, and Yerb not wanting to take a block onto the 4/3 does see the axes in hand, and it'll be interesting to see if Viego blocks at all, but currently only taking 4 damage. Not too much to worry about yet on the side of Yerb.
Interesting to see no glimpse coming in. That is something that you could just like either force the burn to a unit or just get the value of the draw, as you're not going to have too many, but I guess you are getting a miss, so that's going to be a good option to just get some value in your hand.
Worth noting, Scion is not leveled right now, Faint. Currently sitting on 6 power and 27 out of 35, so if played next turn would only be 33 out of 35. I can do basic math. So we're going to need this axe here from Draven to discard something if we do want to play a leveled Scion next turn.
Yeah, that's going to be really important. If we draw any unit to potentially level there, would be absolutely huge.
Yeah, we are going to be getting back the Lost Soul in hand, so that is going to be able to seal the deal. Yep.
Yeah. Interesting Hourglass decision there. Just wanting to generate the mist as soon as the round starts and grow the Viego and progress that more. And just having it grow to a point where it could potentially outmatch a Scion.
Quick hands make quick work.
Pretty interesting top deck with the Treasure Seeker. This Viego is going to start scaling up really fast.
It does scale Faint, but like without a 1 of Atro in the list, I mean, there's just a lot of chump block potential on the side of Zeta, right? It's such a grindier version of the deck than say like a Viego Nasus sort of list, where you do have some over the top. Zeta right now has a lot of options to just chump block a lot of the time with Lost Soul. So, you know, of course, these mists are going to start to stack up pretty heavily. But, you know, sitting on 18 HP right now from Zeta, you can elect to take a couple big hits.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. That inevitability of Atro and that threat in a matchup like this just isn't present. But I think you're still feeling relatively comfortable in this spot.
Yeah, I would say
Opposite pulled the O1 with his Ephemeral. Personally, not a play I love. I think you could just drag that with your 3-3 if you don't want to pull the Viego into the fray because of threats of like Whirling Death. But still getting some value there and pushing a good amount of damage with that 5-2 connecting.
we have some burn in hand to be played for Zeta, which is maybe what you go for this turn, because otherwise, I mean, you could play out a Lost Soul, I guess, and then just override a unit with Scion the following turn. But yeah, a tiny bit awkward here. We do have stuff to do, but, you know, none of it feels that great on the side of Zeta right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Being mana efficient, going for those spells, like you said, a little bit awkward, but just recognizing that most of our mana is going to be tied up this next round, and that this would just be a great point to confirm some of this. Still interesting, no Glimpse. Doesn't opt for this Glimpse, and I would think we just would want a little bit more value in our hand when our hand is kind of running out of resources a bit.
Maybe waiting for Zeta to tap under something like a Mystic, although you do have, you know, Glimpse potential onto a 3/3, so it would only be losing to Get Excited in that case. You know, could be something worth considering, and I would imagine, yes, we do see Scion coming down this turn, and of course there is Vengeance still available on the side of Yerb.
Vengeance and Quicksand to just really take care of both levels of the Scion, opting for the Vengeance first to deny the rally, and we'll see if he opts for Quicksand or potentially could just block with these myths that have grown quite a bit.
Yeah, if you're on the side of Europe here, you just want to minimize the damage taken this turn. So going for a Quicksand on something like the Poro and the Return Scion doesn't sound too bad at all. And yeah, if you are worried about Whirling Death before, you know, maybe you're worried about Whirling Death this turn, as you do have leveled Viego, and you do definitely want to keep that on board. So Yerb may opt to just not block here at all with Viego. We'll see how this turn pans out.
Interesting. So here, talking about the Whirling Death, recognizing that after the Quicksand, even if they have it, they wouldn't be able to push enough damage onto the Viego to kill it. So just trades down the entire board, which I really like, in that there will be no blockers then on this next round start to stop this Viego.
Yeah, I mean, if you're on the side of Zeta, you got to keep in mind that you don't... I mean, this 3-1 is a premium for you, right? It could chump block a Viego. We're losing a Draven potentially into a 5/5. So these are fearsome blockers that we're not going to have access to in following turns. And Viego is going to be massive next turn. We don't even have enough mana to play out a Baboon this turn. So I might have liked to see, you know, the 3-1 and the 4-1 held back potentially, because we're going to be losing Draven here.
Huge.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if he recognized that this open lethal was a possibility, because you definitely needed to at least play out the choppers to have a blocker on the 6/6, and then you could at least survive at one. But
Yeah,
or actually, now that upon further reflection, the Viego would grow again after that, and I believe you would die.
Yeah, and you can't play out a Chompers if you don't have a unit, so we see Yerb there taking it home 2-0 over Zeta, and let's see if we can hop into another game here as round 4 is still underway.
Just looking through, seeing what other options we have.
Yeah, let's take a look around. We have... Kuako, we've seen a little bit of playing into Friend of Zoe.
Wako, I believe, or at least for me, it says he's in a ranked game.
Oh. Yep. Nope. No Kuako. That round looks to be done. Maddie Moan is playing into... Who's Maddie playing into? Sonic. We could grab that game.
Sounds good. I believe I have Sonic here, so I
Great.
can pull their perspective if you want to pull Maddie.
Got it. We're hopping into
Looks to be a
Maddie.
Scouts Ditto.
Ooh.
And I see a Darius as soon as I drop in. Curious to see whatever just happened at this moment. See a Misfortune attacking. Not sure the level up progress on both of these champions.
Love ya.
Maddie's is sitting
2
at...
out of 4.
Oh, yeah. What is the level progress?
2 out of 4 for Maddie, and I believe 0 for
There's nothing like
the
it.
Misfortune on Sonic side. But that is going to change with the Genevieve drop. We could see a potential Genevieve in response or a for Demacia.
My strength is yours.
We do see the defensive Genevieve. And that will shut down a good amount of this attack from Sonic.
Bullets belong to us.
You
Looks
can...
to take out the Misfortune and use this Ranger's Resolve to force another swing.
I
I
like
think
it.
this is very strong.
Yeah, that means you're going to be able to clean up not only the MF, but also the Genevieve this turn, which is, you know, a card that Maddie definitely wanted to keep online until next turn. And all of a sudden, you can't even trade into either of these units, which has got to feel bad for the side of Maddie. We do have the For Demacia next turn, but without Rally, I mean, we are still a bit wider, so maybe we can get it done here.
That's a
Wow.
big draw.
Premium
Big draw
pickup
to
here.
go full wide. Still have mana for Demacia. It's going to get buffed off the augment too as well, that generated unit, since the For Demacia is a created card. Quite an interesting spot, and where this Make It Rain might have got us some value before, the Sculptor, the Durand Sculptor, just
Carrying.
shutting that down completely.
Yeah, good play from Sonic, but the hand is terrible. No units. And 6 wide, like you said, Faint For Demacia here. Going to be able to push a whole heap of damage this turn. And yeah, that is just going to be lethal from Maddie. So very well done there, being able to find a lethal and drawing Mirai Warden right when you need it. That is a skill as well. So a sign of a good Scouts player. You know, draw well, curve out, and buff it up. So well done to Maddie there, taking it down over, you know, Sonic, who we've seen do well with Scouts in this tournament, and who has a couple titles under their belt as well.
Yeah, very strong performance, and again, just emphasizing the impact of that Sculptor there, where Make It Rain could have potentially got us out of there, just had 0 value.
Looks like Lunari may still be in game, so gonna see if I can pull up their match here. And they are playing into Rogio. So let's see if there's... Looks like there's a little bit of life left in this one. We've got Lunari, who is on the Talia Ziggs, of course. And Rogio on that Fizz Aphelios. And a leveled Talia. Going to be swinging here. We do see Absolver in the hand. So going to be able to push some big damage, but a whole lot of value right now in Rogio's hand as well. So just has to survive this swing. Probably opts to take this hit, right? You know, there's not a whole lot of burn outside of Ziggs, and you can present lethal potentially on the following turn with this Rainbow Fish.
Absolutely. And recognizing that the Absolver, although having it next round could potentially like lead to more damage, you're probably just dying anyways. So just keeping your board as wide as possible and not giving them opportunity to use tricks like that. Very heads up play. Because if he was to block, the Absolver comes in, and you might even find yourself in a pokey stick range in some instances.
Yeah, I really like that take there from Rogio. We're not sure how many Ziggs have been played this game so far, but if any have been played at all, you know, you don't have to be too worried about it, as well as only one landmark currently on board, and most require, you know, at least a 2 countdown to pop. So going max wide here on the side of Rogio, one of the strengths of these Fae Bandle City decks, Grandfather Fae. That would be my pick for the best 2-cost card in the game. Card is absolutely nuts. Creating spell-shielded, buffed-up units is very strong. And we're going to have 2 blockers here on the side of Lunari, but a whole lot more attackers for Rogio. So is lethal a potential here? Pushing a full 21 here. Quicksand going to need to be played, but it may not be enough.
If we are not able to kill here, very high probability that Lunari will be able to swing this game back.
Oh!
We see only going to 8. The Pokey Stick is not going to be enough. This is looking like it's going to be in Lunari's favor. I think very interesting decisions to get to this point. I think there might have been some lines to push lethal, maybe attaching onto the spell shield unit, but the quicksand in the hand of Lunari just kind of guarantees their fate.
Yeah, I mean, if you had a read of, you know, no minefield, you could be putting it on the mushroom and just push massive damage. Of course, we do see a minefield here, but knowing that those were the... Yeah.
I just realized upon further reflection that quicksand doesn't counter an attach elusive.
It's nuts. It's so nuts in these matchups against quicksand. You cannot have a blocker for it. You can only remove a little bit of attack. So yeah, putting it on the Hungry Owlcat there after the fact. But you know, had we known those were the blocks that were going to be taken, we could have gone from with some different lines, like you mentioned, Faint, from the side of Rogio. Maybe even potential like a pokey stick to the face to see what we draw. We did see another rainbow fish picked up, so you know, maybe a little bit of a misplay there on the side of Rogio. There could have been some lethals that could have been found.
Absolutely. The one thing about it that I will say is that even if we did attach onto one of these other units, we know that there is the Hexplosive in the hand of Lunari that would be able to counter something like that.
It could counter it if we do a cool play like putting it on the Owlcat, and then we didn't have it yet. It wasn't discounted, right? Or no, it was, because we had lanterns. So we could have put one on that on the Owlcat, taken a stun, and then put one on the mushroom, and then all of a sudden we're pushing massive damage. So that's an interesting turn. As played, we see Lunari going to be able to push to 2 here, and do we see the Absolver committed? I would imagine we do.
Yeah, I would imagine we do as well. And a really interesting just end of this game to jump into. Like, a lot of different things to consider, a lot of different interesting interactions with things like attach and whatever else. Just quite a real interesting couple turns to just watch and evaluate for sure. But once again, it's going to be looking like Talia Ziggs is going to come out ahead in this game, and just showing once again how strong of an option it is.
Something worth noting is there's a one of Moonlight Affliction in Rogio's list, which could be saving here. Obviously, we don't see it in hand, but I like that inclusion. And we saw Sonic on, you know, a one of Hush too. So they're starting to tech it in for some of these overwhelm win cons. And yeah, we do see Talia Ziggs taking it home there, like you said, Faint.
Yes, we do. It's like the amount of times we have seen it take it home today. I am sold on the deck. If I wasn't sold before, I am sold on the deck as one of the powerhouses of the meta. It came in towards, I feel like, the end of, not the season, but prior to the balance patch, it was gaining a lot of popularity and seems to just have not slowed down at all.
It's a deck. I mean, I would have to give the edge there to the Aphelios deck. Like you mentioned about Attach, you can't get rid of Elusive. So your best chance is like giving a unit that they'd want to put Elusive on Vulnerable, or surviving to play an Arsenal that gets Elusive. Because like once you put a Rainbow Fish on something, or once you put a Papercraft on Fizz, oh my god, is it hard to remove. So well done there from the Ziggs Talia player, being able to take it down. And we'll see if we have any matches left to jump into, but it feels like we're closing out round 4.
We don't. Yeah. Round 3, I believe.
Oh, round 3. Yep.
But it looks like this is the only game that hasn't been recorded yet, and I believe that was the end of that one. So
if we
might be done here.
Taking a look at the standings right now, we do see Friend of Zoe at 3-0, Beast Llama 3-0, Tupac, Trevo, and Maddie all repping that 3-0, as well as some recognizable names in Kuako and Sonic, and Void currently sitting at that 2-1 mark. So maybe able to get in on breakers here, as it looks like we have enough players to potentially go to a top cut situation. So we'll be checking in with our tournament staff on that. But in the meantime, Faint, I think we can hop over to a short break and wait for the actual round 4 to start in a few minutes.
Sounds good, man.
All right.
Pleasure casting that around with you, man. I'll see you after the break.
See you guys soon. Stay tuned for more Runeterra goodness right after this. Welcome back. We are getting into round 4 here, and we've got a good one queued up for you guys. We have got Tupac himself back from the grave against Trevo, and both of these players currently sitting at 3-0 in the tournament. Haven't seen either of them yet, so this is going to be one for the books. Let's dive in.
Yeah, excited to get into it and just see the lineups is always the first thing that comes to mind, just what lineups they have. We know that they've had success with what they both brought, and to see a head-to-head matchup of one of them is going to get their first loss in the tournament after this, and we'll see who it is.
And looks like we're diving into the match here right now. We've got, what are we looking at? This might be Sentinels, if I had to guess.
And I would guess Aphelios Fizz on the other end. And I am correct. Aphelios Fizz into Sentinels. As someone that has played a fair bit of Aphelios Fizz, how do you feel about this matchup?
Sentinels can be rough because they have healing and they have Ruination in this list, as we can see, and then also just like ways to deal with Aphelios. So it can be quite tricky. They have a lot of control tools for the swarm that you want to be creating. I would probably be giving the edge here to Tupac.
Absolutely. I would think prior to knowing that the Ruination, well, the Ruination was kicked, but that Fizz would be a very strong unit in this matchup. I think you've got to go for this Thermo. There's no world where
you can be sending it here. I don't think there's any cards at 0 mana in the deck that would allow you to stop this. And yeah, we do just see a Thermo coming down there. Also nice for Tupac because there's 2 Thermos in hand, and that can get quite awkward to play.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. On like a big unit, and that was like right before when I was about to say, like, I feel like Fizz would just be a very strong unit in this matchup because most of the removal outside of like Ruination is targeted. So if you're able to attach some big like, you know, double attack or something like that to the Fizz, I feel like that'd be your best line to win a lot of the times.
I mean, this hand right now for Tupac does look a bit awkward. Okay, now we see the Thermo being converted. Very, very nice, as Lantern is a high priority unit you want to remove. Of course, we do see a second Lantern in the hand of Trevo right now, but no Grandfathers or anything. The only gas that we have is that Phase Sprout. So we'll see how much work Trevo's able to do with what looks to be a fairly thin hand right now.
Yeah, very interesting position because Tupac, while they do have a lot of a removal, not any proactive plays to develop their own threat, so they're just going to be looking to answer Trevo over and over again at this point until they draw into one of their win cons.
A main... Oh, that's off of Pharaohs. I was going to say, didn't think this deck main deck to Dawning Shadow, and they don't. That's created.
Yes. Like I said, they are just mainly looking at this point to answer threats because they don't have a lot else going on in their hand. Trevo recognizing that this is a good point to get down the Fizz. Trades it to a Spider would be insane. Okay, they got me with it. They got me with it. They just played the Queen emote. Okay, because, yeah, I did not know about that. I really like having this 3/3 and being able to attach the shield to it. A pretty strong line.
I might have even waited to play Bastion, honestly. If you lose this 3/3 here, you're a bit doomed.
This is
I think
peculiar.
you need to play the Petal. Like, the only card that's removing it is Thermo, and you've seen 2 of them. I think that might be as many as are in the list. So if we lose this Librarian, we're giving up so much value. Yeah, we're giving up so much value. That's a miss. Like, yeah, we're losing a ton there by not keeping the Librarian alive. That's really unfortunate. We're not doing anything with this mana this turn. Honestly, we want the Librarian alive more than Fizz at this point. We have another Fizz in hand, and that Rainbow Fish also could have hit the Librarian. Potential to be discarded here. And
kind of good for the extra Fizz, which would kind of just be a dud in your hand, to just take the hit on the aloof.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. There we go. This is what we wanted to see happen. Fortunate that we drew into the Librarian there, and going to be able to get a very strong swing next turn. Not going to allow for a Shock Blast to take it down, and oh no! The Vengeance is just not what you want to see here with the Vial backup.
Yeah, the Vial is huge, and the heads up and like just the foresight for Tupac to not fish on that Fizz on the last round when Trevo tapped down to 1 mana, and that's what gave him the access to this play.
Yeah, you're just really not worried about Fizz when you're at this life total. And had that Librarian connected, there would have been a whole lot more life for Trevo. But as it stands right now, I mean, they're both low on resources, but who shows up when you're low on resources?
Yeah.
Financier, and says, oh, you need cards?
Progress is
Yeah,
huge.
that is massive. Skill diff here from Tupac. Very well shown.
That's going to be a frustrating one for sure. Crazy how this discard, if he were to go for that, hits all just 6 mana plus spells. So a little bit of value there. Doubt you ever take this block.
Fizz currently sitting on, there's the level, right as I said it. And what do we see coming down this turn is a Guiding Touch. Heal up a little bit, find some more value. Grandfather Fae would have been great like 6 turns ago. I mean, it will let us flood at this point, but as you said, Faint, just so much removal still available for Tupac.
Absolutely. I think this just swung heavily into Tupac's favor. They just have so much value and just so many answers. I think one of the only things that Trevo has going for them is just the fact, again, Fizz being able to counter so much, but we see a Ruination draw, which is just so much flexibility in the hand of Tupac. I don't know how they're going to come back from this.
Yeah, that was a crazy turn of events. Pharos into the Poggers Day, and now an 8-mana Ruination. I mean, you're never really playing around that as Trevo. You don't have the luxury of playing around much right now. And we do see the swing coming down. I'm going to be able to push a little bit of damage and pick up that Shum the Waters. But, you know, just there's so much gas on Tupac's side now.
Absolutely, but that hit confirming is really big for them. Bastion will be able to protect Fizz through the Ruination of next round, and you can use the attached Rainbow Fish after that point to just maybe just push enough damage, because you'll be granting +1 to the Fizz. You'll be adding +2, I believe, from the Rainbow Fish. This is getting closer than you'd think. Kind of interesting to see the proactive play on the Longtooth there. Oh, Papercraft is huge. This is I was wondering what the line would be for Trevo to potentially get out of this. This is it. This is it for sure.
You also, you don't hate if everything else dies outside of Fizz, because Piercing Darkness being run in the list as a 2-of, going to be healing up that precious life total here on the side of Tupac. So if you only have Fizz, you know, you're always going to be able to deny that darkness. But here we see the Ruination coming down, and yeah, like I said, Faint, if we're able to stack everything on this Fizz, like you mentioned, then we can start to look for some good lethals.
Oh! Ooh, that is crazy. That is crazy. It's actually something that might not get punished because of the mana amounts, because now we can still attach the double attack here, and then we have the spell shield as protection for the unit, but we're just not pushing enough damage. We push enough.
Ah, we do push enough damage.
We do with the preemptive back.
Wow.
We push enough damage. Wow, this is wild.
Oh,
the development.
No, the develop.
No.
The develop.
Oh my goodness, the develop. Oh my goodness, these past few rounds. Oh my goodness, I was like, oh, never mind.
I mean,
have that lethal line, but this is.
There's
scary.
only one Ruination, and you can't attach a Rainbow Fish to the Librarian, so I can understand it somewhat. Yeah, you see the Piercing come down here, and you're not going to be able to stop this Bastion at fast speed.
Still is going to be the game. This is still going to close out the game, but this was a wild way to do it. As long as they don't develop again. Might be asking for much.
It's playing around Vengeance here versus, you know, we see the created Dawning in hand. There's not anything else really that would be a slow speed punish. I feel like Trevo might be developing into this.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see it. It's just going to... oh, ooh, we see it, and Tupac is going to barely be able to get out of here. Wow. And this just also just goes to the value of Pharaohs. Again, the Pharaohs creating the cards that was able to lead to Tupac having so much refuel, giving that removal there. This is tough.
Yeah, Tupac's not out of the woods yet. 5 HP, not too much. But, you know, Pharaoh's going to be able to create a lot of value there. And Trevo, I think, trying to play around some combination of Vengeance and Vile Feast again. But given that you've already seen one of those combos, you know, maybe you don't need to weight it as heavily. And we did see a, you know, heads up with all the information. There was lethal potential, but, you know, developing and drawing with the Librarian, there is some merit to that as well. So we'll see if Trevo can, again, try to present lethal here, as one Shock Blast not going to be enough to take down the Librarian at this point. And we do see the Pale Cascade, you know, could potentially buff up this unit some more.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot. Not the best hits for the situation from Tupac. Opts for another Shock Blast, which is a lot of damage to face. But I think something like Vengeance is more what you're looking to see there. Some type of card like that. Goes for the discard, is going to hit the box here, which actually doesn't help them out too much. Weren't really looking to develop many units anyways. Interesting hit from the Archivist. Although we aren't able to play out this Vengeance here, we do know that it is a draw that is coming and could potentially bail us out of what could be just a kill on this next round. That also means that there's no healing coming in. We won't be drawing into healing, so this Vengeance is something that Tupac is just going to have to hit.
Yeah, this Librarian looking very, very scary currently at the 7-6, only 5 HP on the side of Tupac. We did see one Piercing Darkness found, but not going to be able to find another one yet to be able to convert that. And, you know, a line you could go for here on the side of Trevo is play Papercraft and then attach the Rainbow Fish to it. Oh, no, sorry, that's a Librarian in hand. Never mind. Yeah, you could just play Librarian and Papercraft as well. You have some options here.
Yeah. No reason not to. But it's just very interesting that... I mean, so much of this game has just been pretty... a lot of interesting, like, plays.
Yeah.
I'm a little lost for words.
I like this Fey deck because there's a lot of decision points to be made with it. And when you get the Librarians going, stacking that Fated keyword, you know, is very, very important, as you can continually build them up every round, almost like you're a Pantheon deck.
Yes, and we see the box coming in to try and guarantee some more damage coming through. Curious to see if Trevo opts to block anything with the 7-6. If he's worried about burn. He did see 2 Mystics come down earlier, so feels comfortable dropping to 4. Knowing that there shouldn't be too much burn that can come in here. Trinket Trade, a pretty interesting hit. Obviously a lot of good hits in this region combination, but none that should matter too much here. They see the Vengeance fizzle away, and ooh, we see no draw on the Vengeance. So depending, actually this is just guaranteed going to be game because we don't even have mana for the 2 Shock Blasts. I'm like, maybe if he develops 2 actions, we could kill it with the Shock Blast, but we just know that's not going to be doable here.
Yeah, we're 1 short mana-wise, but you know, unlikely that we're going to be able to get the number of priorities that we would need on the side of Tupac to take it home, even with 12 mana. So what did...
The only out is that he forgets that burst passing is out of the game. When he passes here.
I guess that's a new win con to be added to the unlikely scenarios. You've got the DC win con, the Rage Quit win con, and we do see a development taken. Again, trying to play around that Vengeance, but, you know, not in the hand of Tupac at the moment. Can see a Shock Blast played, but still going to be one short.
Yeah, and on the side of Trevo, just also has the mana to protect this with the stress defense and still develop the double attack. This game got really close, though. A lot of instances where I thought Tupac could have swung it into their favor, but Trevo just drawing what they need at the right times and pushing for a nice, clean -8 lethal.
Yeah, I think if healing was picked up there on the side of Tupac, it would have been a different game, but Trevo had a series of good draws there and was able to finally stick a Librarian with the Rainbow Fish for the win. So Trevo going to be taking that one down 1-0 right now, currently in the 4th round. Jumping into the second game, looks like Sentinels is going to run it back and playing against...
What looks to be Pantheon?
Yep.
Pantheon with 1 Taric. And a fairly strong opener from Trevo with Saga Seeker, Mountain Goat, and some combat spells. And we see a Ruination on the side of Tupac, which can just be absolutely devastating in this matchup where you have to invest so much into singular units. A very strong card for sure.
Yeah, looking to see here how many Bastions. Trevo currently on 2 Bastions, so those could come into play.
There.
Yep. Speak of the devil. And we do see a bit of a board here, though, coming down for Trevo. We've got the Saga Seeker. We've got the Goat. And then, yeah, we still have 3 mana for backup available. And what does Tupac go for here? Goes for the Dawning.
The Dawning Shadow. Pharaoh's looking huge again.
Yeah. Already has a Ruination. That might have been the pick if there wasn't one in hand, but Dawning going to be able to stop a whole lot of damage in the future.
Interesting second Bastion draw. This, the Saga Seeker. It's going to be a tough answer. We do see the Vile Feast in combination with that, though. So because of the way spells stack, like, we wouldn't be able to take advantage of this double Bastion, unfortunately, but very interesting point for sure, because what it does mean is that if Trevo was to hit another Fated unit that he could potentially go all in on, he will have more protection for it.
And speaking of, we see the White Flame being drawn from Trevo here. Will come down, and now you can start to stack up multiple threats on board, which is what you want to do. It'll be interesting to see if Tupac elects to keep full spell mana banked this turn and try to go for a Ruination next turn. Given that Tupac's board not too hefty right now, currently only sitting on 1 Sentinel, gonna opt to shoot off the Shock Blast. That will put Tupac below the Ruination mana point next turn. And yeah, we do see a Pale coming down, so neither of these units currently going to die on the side of Trevo, as well as the double Sharpsight in hand for backup in case a second spell comes out from Tupac here.
Absolutely, that is a decision for Tupac right now if they want to try to extend with this Vile or Mystic Shot to go for one of these units. But like I said, you have a dub.
Sorry, Faint, you cut out there for a second. Would you run that back? All right, looks like we may have lost him. We see the Vile Feast coming down onto the Saga Seeker here, going to be threatening to kill it, although, of course, we do see on the side of Trevo there are options to be had, and opting to go for... I don't mind a Pale Cascade. You know, you can get that draw guarantee at this turn. You know there's no more mana available on the side of Tupac. You could also go for the Sharpsight play. You know, there's not really any elusive threats that you have to worry about, so we'll see what comes down here from Tupac, and it is the single combat. Going to be threatening to take out this Sentinel here. And, you know, going to fall to this Shock Blast, but does leave the Wounded White Flame able to swing. And now currently going up to a 5-2 for that White Flame.
Yeah, and that was quite an interesting point because talking about those multiple threats, one of those is off the board for Trevo now. And these destroy unit spells, the Dawning Shadow and the Ruination just gets that much stronger for them.
Yeah,
You do have a potential time to use, goes for the Dawning Shadow. We'll see if he opts to use a Bastion here or allows it to go through. Goes for this. The Mystic Shot will be able to pop the Spell Shield here. And that is going to be Tarek going down.
Yeah, nice line there taken by Tupac. You know, not sending it all in with the Ruination, which would have folded to, you know, a Bastion without backup. But now for these bigger kill spells that we have, the Vengeance and the Piercing, we don't have those cheap spells to be able to pop a Bastion. So going to be able, you know, going to be interesting to see how Tupac navigates it here. Pharaoh's currently dealing 3 damage when played with its effect. So a lot of options here on the side of Tupac this turn. And not a whole lot of gas on Trevo's side at the moment.
Trevo does hit Zenith Blade, though, which gives them a bit of inevitability and the ability to just grow their dragon to such a large amount. This is difficult decisions to be had. They could try to remove it with Ruination, but instead opts to set up an Elise, which is a decent blocker with a 3 health stat line.
Yeah, finally getting that Overwhelm onto the dragon here, and still has enough mana to keep the Bastion up. So does Tupac here, you know, you can't really send a Darkness onto it, so maybe you are priced into putting that Vengeance down. Could also go for a Darkness this turn into a Vengeance next turn.
Goes for the Vengeance. Bastion is going to come in here, which now guarantees, since there is only 2 Bastions in the list, you know that just isn't going to be an issue going forward. Trevo can still develop a lot of damage on this open attack. And Cataclysm actually a pretty huge draw for them. If Tupac doesn't go for the immediate Ruination and plays out another unit, this could just get dragged into a kill.
Yeah, all of a sudden Tupac down to 7 HP. Of course, we have seen both Bastions come down, so not going to be any more of those. And, you know, are you worried about a rally here from Trevo? Do you play out a Darkness? Do you play your Vi was just picked up, but, you know, no attack buff currently. So a couple options here on the side of Tupac this turn. Sending in the Ruination. I mean, you're killing a big unit, but it doesn't feel great when they're not super wide. So I may elect personally to go for something like a Pharaoh's. You know, you wouldn't be... You might be dead to a rally plus a buff spell, though. So, you know, it's a little bit of a tricky spot here for Tupac.
Absolutely. This is a big decision point in the game. Absolutely one to watch out for. Personally, I think the Pharaoh's one of his better lines if he just wants to go for some healing, the 6 mana spell is an option, but the problem is that he has no other units he's able to develop here.
Yeah, does opt to go for the Darkness.
Rally plus double Sharp Sight, some things that he could potentially would have lost to there, developing the goat there too. But as we know, Trevo does not have it.
Could play the 1-2 here as a soft pass, but that is losing very hard to Cataclysm. And yeah, instead opts to go for the Ruination. I like this line. You're not happy if a Pantheon is played, but a lot was invested into that White Flame to buff it up, and now you have access to play the Sentinel and have a chump blocker for future turn.
We'll see if he opts to maybe play the Zenith Blade without Daybreak. He does not Ooh, Pantheon is drawn now, and that is going to be just really strong. Again, potentially hit Spell Shield 2. Is going to come down with Barrier, and we know with the removal spells that Tupac has in their hand that none of them can get bypass that Barrier, so this is just going to be a potentially game-ending attack from Trevo.
How many keywords there on that Pantheon Feint? What's the level up progress?
We are... It did not show, but we are leveled.
A lot of them.
Know that much. A lot of them, for sure.
Oh. Keyword extravaganza here.
Spell Shield. Wow. Scout, I see that.
Scout, Fearsome Fury. No elusive. Kind of a low roll if you ask me.
But I think it is still enough to kind of do the job here. When you're able to put the Zenith Blade onto here, granted some more stats, we can get the 2 attacks in, and we have Cataclysm to potentially push even more damage past that point if they develop another unit. Sharpsight is going to be able to save the dragon here if he wants to go for it.
Yeah, a bit of a necessary line here from Tupac. You got to remove one of them, and Sharpsight here going to be shutting it down, living at 1 HP. And this is going to be a whole heap of damage here pushed from the side of Trevo this turn. Going to be committing, what do we see here? A Cataclysm coming down off the bat so that it's not able to chump block the 5-1. Don't mind this at all. And yeah, this is just going to be enough damage, especially with Fury and the Impact coming in, taking the Scout attack.
The Cataclysm, I believe, ate the Scout attack, though, so he is not dead. That was something I wasn't actually totally certain the way the interaction worked, and I was like,
same.
Very interested to see the way that played out, and it did eat the Scout attack. We saw some preemptive emoting, which in my head meant there was confidence in the way that interaction, but this could definitely just swing the game around.
Yeah, that was crazy. If there was a rune there, like, it could have been, you know, Tupac back in the game, Feint.
And this is an interesting spot because we have the Thermo that could have maybe dealt a little bit of damage to the Pantheon to get it into the range of this Vi, because now we're threatening 8 damage to the Vi, but there's just more ways for Trevo to grant health to this Pantheon. I think the Lion actually probably would have been better to just pop the Spell Shield with the Thermo if we were going for it, and maybe we could have top decked some type of hard removal to get rid of it.
Yeah, as it stands, getting the Spell Shield on the Pantheon was enough, but the takeaway here for you guys should be that don't Cataclysm if you haven't used your Scout attack yet, because it will eat it. We were not aware of that, and you know, in some universe that may have cost Trevo the game, but Pantheon too strong with all those keywords stacked up, and we'll see Trevo taking it down 2-0 over Tupac.
It was a very good set, though. Both games coming down to just a few decisions, a few interactions, and that Sentinels deck was just not able to bring it home for them.
Looks like we've got Infinii into Roji. Oh, maybe that match is wrapped up. I was going to say it would be nice to catch up with them, and it looks like that one has finished up. So, remaining, we've got Kuwako, and Kuwako is playing into Sonic.
I believe is done as well.
Okay.
Sonic did win that game.
So, we've got Acid into Maddie if you've got either of those players.
Taking a look, I do have Maddie, and I'm pulling up their perspective.
All right, we'll see if we can grab a little bit more of this round 4 until we hop into the top cut after this has been confirmed. So, will be a few more rounds of Runeterra for you guys to enjoy.
Interesting hand I see on the side of Maddie. Maddie's sitting with a Give It All in hand.
Oh!
Rumble just going in, pushing 6 damage. A second Rumble in hand, Get Excited, and Pokey Stick for some extra bit of burn, but such a wide board on the side of Acid. This is going to be difficult. And Nephelio's coming in with that Calibrum to just really like make that Give It All a huge dud in the hand of Maddie.
Yeah, I mean, no units to combo with that Give It All is quite unfortunate for Maddie. If you're able to find something like a Poro Cannon, that would be amazing. But as it stands, it's going to be sitting as a little bit of a dead card right now, and a very strong swing coming in from the side of Acid, threatening a full 11 damage. And Aphelios is so strong in this list because you're just able to get those keywords that you need. Oh, you need Lifesteal. Wait, you need Overwhelm to push lethal. There's just so many options that can be taken, and when you start stacking them on attached and spell shielded units, can be very hard for your opponent to deal with. So we see a full connect coming in here, and a Wallop being picked up. Not bad at all. You can pop the Rumble spell shield here if you want, and go for a Wallop next turn potentially as well.
Yeah, the Wallop is, I feel like, a game-deciding draw because, like you mentioned, popping Spell Shield with Stress Defense at burst speed, such a strong option into the Wallop play, and we're just wide enough that this next attack will always confirm. And on Maddie's side, just drawing 2 Give It Alls is just not what you want to see. That is a definite low roll, and crazy to see how much this Wallop really mattered, though, because that Rumble was threatening 13 attack with the Get Excited in hand. Could have been the game.
Oh,
So,
it already has
low traded
elusive.
here.
I missed that. The Sumpworks map was put on it, so that was a ton of damage being threatened there. Yeah, like you said, Faint, what a clutch draw from Acid.
And now Acid should just be able to close it out to any top deck on the side of Maddie, because there isn't really any ways to generate units at burst speed, and the removal is just not going to be strong enough.
Yeah, almost a cheeky lethal found there from Maddie with a very unfortunate hand, but Acid going to be able to close that one out, and with a 6-wide board nonetheless. So Aphelios showing why it is so formidable, and the Rumble Lulu looks to be a bit of a spicy list, Faint. We might have to pull that up from Maddie's side and take a look at that.
Absolutely. Definitely caught my eye. As soon as I queued into the game, I just saw so many cards in his hand that I was very intrigued by. Very intrigued. And like you said, a close game there, and was almost able to bring it out from a position that seemed, close to unwinnable, if anything.
Yeah, let's take a look at the list here. And yeah, those are main decked Give It Alls, along with a Rascal being run as a 3 of each champ there. Main decked Sumpworks map. Man, this looks a little bit like a FaintHD deck, if you had to ask me.
If you had to ask the man himself, I would say the same thing. Some cards I'm very familiar with, definitely not sleeping on, and seem to have proved him well up until this point of the tournament.
What do you think? Is there room for a ballistic bot in this list, Faint?
Past, I would tell you so, but in the current day, ballistic bot stonks are a bit down.
I think that might be it for our round 4, and we will be heading into a top cut here after this, so that means we're heading into a semis and then the finals. And, we can always be looking forward to a winner's interview to get those secrets. So big shout out to Community Gaming for sponsoring this Mastering Runeterra Road to Seasonals series. If you want to get in on the action before Seasonals, head over to MasteringRuneterra.com, sign up, or you can join their Patreon. Either will give you access to this tournament series. And Faint, you ready to hop over to a quick break before we head into this top cut?
Absolutely ready for the top cut. A lot of exciting matchups. Looking forward to all of them.
Stay tuned for more Runeterra action right after this. Welcome back from break. A bit of a longer one there as they were setting up the top cut, and we have the top cut. So your top 4 players as it stands are Beast Llama playing into Friend of Zoe and Lysergic Acid playing into Trevo. So we will be hopping into the Beast Llama game. It's been a little bit since we've seen them play, and they're currently sitting at 4-0. So Friend of Zoe at 3-1. Eked it in on tiebreakers, the only player to make it in off of tiebreakers. A lot of 3-1s. That's just how these tournaments work out with smaller player pools. And yeah, this is going to be the start of our semifinals, Faint. What are you looking forward to seeing from here on out?
I mean, I'm pretty interested in seeing this Beast Llama match and seeing his different decks he's bringing. For example, we're starting off here with Echo Zillion, which is just an exciting deck to see. And also seeing Friend of Zoe here just as being the player that made it in on the 3-1. If they're able to sneak it by and maybe just steal the win from this tournament from these other 4-0 players.
Yeah, Friend of Zoe, can't forget that they have one of the cooler decks that we've seen in this tournament, the Mono Zoe Shellfolk list. Not something you see every day. That would be up there with the Lulu Rumble for my pick of the most unique decks that were brought today. And, you know, Zoe doing well enough with this deck to make it into the top cut. So let's see if they can take it home with this unorthodox list.
Absolutely, and we see a little bit of a slower start from Friend of Zoe. But they did find this Shellfolk that obviously will swing a lot of value into their favor once that is dropped. We have a good amount of predicts on the side of Beast Llama with the 0 mana predict and the Chronomancer. And we have the Echo in hand, so both of these decks finding their main engines, their main like win cons, and we'll see how it goes. A top deck from Friend of Zoe though of a mini morph, which is going to be able to answer Echo, be able to answer Voice of the Risen if they want to use it in that way. So obviously a pretty strong all-purpose card there.
The curve is looking a lot better for Beast Llama at this point, I would say. A little bit of an awkward turn this turn, not too much to do, but if you just Feral Presence, you're going to be at 3 out of 4 for the Echo, and you can bank mana for Time Trick as well. So we see the Priestess coming down, but you know, the board may already be building here for the side of Beast Llama, and it's building a little more as we've seen a drop border picked up.
An interesting potential play that Friend of Zoe could have is to mini-morph as soon as this Echo comes in to prevent a level up, which would deny Voice of the Risen to be active and Absolver. But I feel like more often than not, probably just going to go for the 5 mana removal, kill the unit, and yeah, we see it there, 5 mana removal. Gonna be no answer, but Beast Llama will still at least get the value of activating that, and it hits another Echo. Huge draw.
Yeah, massive hit there for the side of Beast Llama. Without another Echo, you know, you're not exactly out of steam because you still have the voices, but you're not in as good of a spot. But by picking up another Echo, you just have all the pieces that you need, and the board of Zoe here is looking very, very thin. You know, not a lot of cheap blockers available in the hand of Zoe right now.
Conchologist is a good option, though, to kind of mitigate that factor and stabilize until you're just looking for that turn 6 where you can start to get your double invokes. You could even keep Conchologist back for that regard if you want to just wait it out, depending on how necessary you feel it is. Zoe, a very good draw to turn some value back into their favor. They could use the Solari here, play the Zoe, and then also just get value off of the 2 mana spell as well.
Yeah, I was going to say Zoe, definitely something you want to be finding on Zoe's side. There are quicksands and there are Desert Duel is a one of, like we mentioned earlier, but there's not too many ways to, you know, interact with the Zoe, especially if you're able to stack something like a Moonglow on it. All of a sudden, Zoe comes very much online as being a win con. And we do see the second Echo being played here from the side of Beast Llama. Going to be quite scary for Zoe. Taps under the Quicksand mana, though. So Zoe going to be able to get a hit here in and keep full spell mana banked.
And a Blast from the Past, Friend of Zoe, also invoking into the 5-mana removal spell once again, so could potentially answer this Echo, but it gets a little scary. But because of the open attack, opts for the mini morph, recognizing that doesn't want to deal with potential chrono breaks getting found, and just Echo obviously just swings into so much value. And this is just going to let them go into the next turn with their Shellfolk, like, without having too much pressure on the side from Beast Llama.
Yeah, if Echo Zillion has a weakness, it's a fairly low amount of interactivity with, backline units. Desert Duel being included is really the only thing that would be, help you remove one of those. So the Shellfolk, like you said, Faint, going to be able to present a lot of value for Zoe's side. And going a bit low doesn't matter too much when you have the Star Shaping is in hand as well on the side of Zoe. Going to be able to heal you back up a bit. So I don't mind taking 6 damage here, going down to 10. The next thing you're going to want to do is present a lot of blockers. You're going to want to, put that Conch down, put that Otterpuss down.
Otterpuss, absolutely. And yeah, just get these different unit down. The Prank being able to steal value from Beast Llama's hand, making stuff more expensive, using the super cool star chart to even potentially get free units such as like the Challenger, Snake, and a ton of different just fantastic hits with the discount. Even the Charger would be a free unit as well. I think this game is about to swing heavily into Friend of Zoe's favor.
Yeah.
And we see Zillion not hitting any time bombs when a time bomb would hit this opposing board very, very well.
Interesting to see if that was a skip there from Beast Llama, or if you're just going to opt into another predict and try to hit a time bomb again. I don't mind it, but I haven't put in a ton of reps on this deck, so going to default to Beast's pick here.
Absolutely. And the voices coming down might lead to a different decision line where instead of making the Shellfolk the line, you just look to remove the voices and remove a 2/1. Makes it a little bit more complicated for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind spending 5, removing 2 units, and then going as wide as possible. That's going to prevent a lot of damage from Beast on the following turn, and that is kind of what you're looking to do here. I mean, you do have a little bit of healing, but it is expensive, and we have a few more options for chump blockers now on the side of Zoe, so I don't think you need to rush the value of the Shellfolk. Oh, never mind. I don't know what I'm talking about. Shellfolk value, we're playing it. We have it in the deck. Why would we not play it? And anything that we could hit here off of Prank is not going to be playable for Beast, or is not going to be playable for Zoe, rather, this turn. So Beast could go full wide with another Voices and just look to push a whole heap. Yeah.
This, like you said, it's nothing that's playable at the moment, but Archivist's not a bad pickup for later rounds. And we still have Scrap Heap and the super cool star chart to potentially hit blockers that are playable this round.
I'm just not a fan of this line, Faint. We already had so much value in hand on the side of Zoe. Our lose condition is taking too much damage, and we had some ways to negate some of that damage. So
this is pretty interesting, though. We have double Moonsilver. We could even get this free Archivist if we wanted to, and potentially pull another spell. We're just gonna go for the 1-mana star chart, completely get that. Probably go double Charger here, I would imagine. Goes for Equinox. Actually, that is plenty strong as well to just be able to answer the damage that comes through here. Can Moonsilver and Equinox again, does go for it. And that's a relatively huge spot for them. We still have the Star Shaping Healing, as we mentioned before, and knowing the full extent of Beast Llama's hand and knowing that there's nothing at the moment that's like super threatening, Archivist can hit potential rallies and things like that, but just one of those things we gotta be able to deal with. And there it is, speaking of the rally. And that means that is coming as future draws as well. One other huge component here is if these voices were to die in combat for whatever reason and they come back in the rally, they will be unsilenced. So
I was just about to say that too, Faint. So I wonder if Zoe goes for a block onto the voices or kind of keeps that in their mind that you've already applied the silence. You really don't want to let them resummon with the buff. And Conch being played here, obviously with the Shell Folk, going to be able to double whatever is picked. What are these options looking like, Faint?
we have a Zenith Blade Flame Spitter and a We Stand Together. Not really the best hits for this situation. We go with the We Stand Together to essentially buffer up our units and get some trades. But trades is not what we necessarily want. Again, with the 3-mana spell coming in, this might even just be game for Beast Llama, depending on how these blocks go.
You can level Zoe this turn, currently setting on 8 out of 10. If you play the Stand Together as well as the Scrap Heap, you are going to be able to level Zoe, and, you know, that may be a consideration, letting Zoe block something here. Currently taking 6 damage, and not removing the voices is good. Going to be looking to take down that station, and, yeah, that's a whole lot of damage, though, coming down from the side of Beast.
Yeah. And not opting to block a 3-3, recognizing that it could potentially have a time bomb that could kill the Shell Folk. It doesn't want to put that into range. And not the best hit on the 1 mana to hit a fairly expensive unit in a time where blockers are just going to be absolutely huge for them. Archivist still, that is a great steal. With the synergy of this deck, like, we'll be able to search for potential cheap spells that could offer us some value. But this is a tricky spot to be in. Going to maintain 2 blockers.
Playing out that Otterpuss there, going to be getting a prank, and prank into the swap bot is a potential there. Going to be hitting a card from the deck as well. And this Chrono Break going to allow Beast to go back to 6 wide, resummon the station. It's a play effect, though, not a summon effect, worth noting.
We also have the option to play the Meteor here, the 5-mana spell, excuse me, and clear 2 units off the board, and we would guaranteed survive. We do not go with that line. Hitting the Feline, not a horrible hit because it is free, and we could potentially go down to 1 with 2 blocks or a full blocks across the board, and having the 2-1 and the 1-3 connect, and then we have healing in future rounds. So not the worst hit there. A bit of a game saving one, if I do say so, because Zoe does level, and we'll be able to take advantage of that effect in these future rounds. We have these elusive units, which now combo into that we could give our future board all elusive. We'll see here. Yeah, he doesn't play around a second Chrono Break anymore, recognizing that the other unit, or the other card in Beast Llama's hand, is a champion, since we did see a unit from the deck.
So, yeah, we do have full info that there is no Chrono Break in hand. And I do like opting to remove these voices while you can without Chrono Break. Go down to 1. Again, you do have healing, but you're going to need to go full wide again because, you know, B's still going to be maintaining somewhat of a board here with 4 units being able to survive this attack.
And that's why I think the We Who Stand
Nice.
could have been, yeah, so used to keep your units alive. There's a option select to either get Beast Llama down to 2 units on the board, or preserve some of your own board, recognizing the value of things like Shell Folk and Zoe, especially with Zoe generating spells that Friend of Zoe will be able to duplicate. Not a bad line at all.
I think if we had gone for a Meteor line earlier, it would have been a whole lot less sketchy. We would have been at a higher life total, but this line from Zoe seems to be working out up until this point. Again, they're going to be able to heal up a little bit. We see a station coming down, and
Trinket trade, very big.
yeah,
We will
picking up
be
a
able to
trinket.
get the mana from the Otters and potentially pick up 2 pranks.
Oh,
This
needs
is,
to find the time bomb, and found it.
The way is always
Little does Beast Llama know that there is healing, though, in the hand of Zoe, and that is just going to stunt that. And talking of blockers, we are developing a lot of them. The one thing about this, though, the health total on the units that Friend of Zoe had, all sitting at 1, so this open attack, quite a threat.
Yeah, I think if we see an elusive played, though, it's going to be so much damage being able to be presented from the side of Zoe. We may actually be looking at a potential lethal this turn. And we see a burned card there. Shouldn't be new for any Shellfolk players out there. Just too much value in the hand. We see a prank coming down onto the time bomb. Yeah, picking up that time bomb, and, you know, we have the impacts and the elusives, so can go full wide here and then grant everything impact elusive. Seems pretty strong. Desert Duel being picked up. Not a terrible hit. Going to be taking that from Beast, and how does Friend of Zoe progress from here?
This is a tough spot to be in, without a doubt. Friend of Zoe debating on whether they could go for a lethal line here, or if they have to commit for surviving into this next round. This is quite an interesting spot to be in if you're Beast Llama.
Currently presenting 12 from the side of Zoe, if my math is right.
Yeah.
So, not lethal. Trying to bait out the Desert Duel, I think, with that Bandle Commando. Might expect to see the Desert Duel played onto the Shellfolk, and then the Scrap Heap unit could be played to give impact to the full board, and that might be the game-deciding factor.
Absolutely. Impact just being such a strong keyword to carry across this board here. And Beast Llama holds back. Makes this very tricky once again. We have mana for the 2 buff spells, which I think actually might be enough to do it. The Heroic Refrains.
Oh, opts to just take the hit and have enough healing for Star Shaping.
Heroic Refrains would have given +4 damage. He could have played both of them out, and I'm pretty sure that is a guaranteed lethal that we just saw missed out on the side of Friend of Zoe.
Yeah, we do see heads up both cards in Beast's hand, so there is no quicksand to be worried about here. And we see a Desert Duel coming down from the side of Beast. Nope, maybe doesn't want to play it. All right, going to take down the 1-2 and 5 HP for the side of Zoe. Is it possible for Beast to present a lethal this next turn? Wait.
I think so. With so many of the units getting cleared by this time bomb, this is just so unfortunate that Friend of Zoe just missed out on a guaranteed lethal line there.
Yeah, there were a couple lethal lines there, huh? You could play the elusive. You could double refrain. That time bomb.
Having too many cards in hand there, missing out on that pokey stick could have been one of our other ways to just potentially live. A drop border, adding insult to injury. This was a tragic game by Friend of Zoe. Just one of those times where you just have so many different options, so much value in your hand, and it just gets cloudy on what the best line should be for you.
Yeah, I think that's like a hidden reason why these Shellfolk decks are so deceptively hard to play. Not only are you waiting until turn 6 to play a 4 health unit now that is, you know, your engine, but also once you have it, you're just making constantly so many decisions. And you could see there on the timer that Zoe was down more than, I think, 4 minutes over the side of Beast at -2 when Beast still has 2+ minutes left. So a lot of decision points there, and getting clouded up, like you said, Faint.
And we'll have a second opportunity to reevaluate and maybe do it a little bit better. Beast Llama on Sentinels, and Friend of Zoe sticking with the Shellfolk deck into this game 2.
Sentinels have a lot of ways to remove that Shellfolk, which could be, you know, would help generate a lot of value in the matchup. And we see a full kick there from Beast. Pretty interesting, not opting to keep a Thermo Beam for turn 1 into something like Zoe. We'll see if that comes back to haunt Beast. And no Zoe right now.
Relatively smart decision to just recognize that Friend of Zoe doesn't have a ton of fearsome blockers in the deck, and looking for some Sentinel units that could just put on a ton of pressure on the early game before turn 6 comes around when
Yes, Mama is the
when you
beast,
need it.
Mama. Let's cook 'em.
Gonna get some value here with the Mystic Shot to kill the Bandle Commando and avoid the Hungry Owlcat getting created and giving your fearsome +3, or not +3, but putting it to a 3/3. And as I mentioned before, no fearsome blockers on the side of Friend of Zoe, so they're just going to be looking to just take 6 damage here, and there's not much they can do about it.
Also worth noting, there are no Pale Cascades in Zoe's deck, so when a Zoe does come down, you know, you don't have to be worried about it getting buffed out of Vile Feast range or
Unless the
Mystic
Pale
Shot.
Cascades are coming from Conchologists,
Oh!
as that is a perfect setup here to block the Buru Sentinel and avoid it from ever getting the value of becoming a 5/4. That was a huge pickup from Conchologist, and one that might slow down Beast Llama enough for a Friend of Zoe to stabilize in this game.
Yeah, massive pickup there. You know, Aloof is being picked up by Beast on curve, which is nice, but not a whole lot of units in the rest of the hand. So Otterpuss coming down here, gonna offer a potential chump blocker, although, as Faint's been saying, not a fearsome chump blocker. It's gonna be difficult to create one of those for Friend of Zoe.
Absolutely, and we see the Aloof in the hands of Beast Llama, which could potentially be something on his mind to try and clear out a Shellfolk. He probably will look to do it on turn 5, but as we see with no Shellfolk in that hand, it might just draw him into some value.
I dropped everything.
Yeah, it loses the Blighted Mystic, which is a unit that wasn't really providing too much value for him. He had a silence on the Fearsome unit if he wanted to, and potentially a buff, but I don't think you're too mad about that when you're still looking for your main win cons.
Something that's worth considering is that seeing the Priestess in hand for Zoe, a key hit you might want to get is the 3 Sisters, of course, at those 4/3, 4/3 stat lines, but the Shock Blast from Beast Llama could deal with that very, very nicely. So it'd be interesting to see which options Friend of Zoe elects to go for, as there's a lot of responsive answers here on the side of Beast Llama.
Absolutely. Opts to discard the Owlcat here to just develop a wider board and hit some value in hand. Tough decision here, and opts for the Messenger to just get a little bit more draw and potentially, again, just hit this Shellfolk on curve still. We have 2 draws with the Pokey Stick and the Messenger, and with hitting another Pokey Stick, we have another opportunity still to just hit this unit in time. Using all 3 draws on this round, though, would leave you without mana to play spells if they play a Vengeance, so we could at least get some value off of it. So instead, we go for the Solari and the Golden Sisters that you talked about earlier. We get the hit, and that's another very strong turn 6 play if they want to go for it.
Yeah, they could elect to go for that. We do see the Shock Blast in the hand for Beast that would deal with that very nicely. Something worth noting, if the Shellfolk is picked up, you know, you have the Trinket trade on the side of Zoe, but it's very unlikely you're actually going to be able to get prank value, as Beast is probably going to be snapping off a kill very fast, either with something like a Vengeance or a Thermo Beam. So maybe a little bit of a limited opportunity to get value from Shellfolk, and we see Beast here electing to just kill the Aloof and go for some higher value draws. Don't mind that at all, and definitely some high value draws in that Jace and that Sentinel.
Friend of Zoe opts to tutor out a Zoe, as it is his best friend in the deck. And yeah, we see a very awkward hand state, I would say. We have like a lot of value in our hand, but not a lot of threats and pressure being put on. So this is going to be a war of attrition in this matchup. And Beaslama hitting the Jace might be able to double up on some very strong effects on his end.
Yeah, no mini morph or anything like that in the hand of Zoe right now, so opting to play the Sentinel and gonna bank full for Jace. I don't mind that at all. Jace currently sitting at 0 out of 2. I would imagine we see it played with Challenger here to remove that pesky Bandle Commando, but we'll see how Beast chooses to go from here.
Yeah, the other very strong point about putting down a Jace with Challenger is that they are able to develop a fearsome blocker. That is just going to be able to be dragged away. So it makes it very difficult for Friend of Zoe to just have a counter response for this. These Sentinels, again, as we mentioned in the past, that there's no Pales in the deck.
Charger going to be a very nice blocker, but we do see...
Vile Feast
Yeah.
might have something to say about that. And we'll see. I would think a Jace to open this round up would be pretty strong. We could potentially hit another blocker off the scrap heap, but like I said, Vile Feast just really strong.
I like this line from
Option for
Beast.
Shock Blast,
Yeah, opting to remove the Charger immediately and then say, okay, if you have another fearsome blocker, guess what? I'm going to pull it with Jace and swing for a whole heap of damage. This is also going to allow both of the Boohoroos to get buffed up this turn and present a whole lot of damage.
Yeah, this is lethal presented. And Zoe going for the steal, but not really entirely sure what you could steal. Oh, you could, yeah, so you could remove one Buru with this, with a Pokey Stick and the Shock Blast, which is kind of their only way, I feel like, to survive at this moment.
Yeah. Quite awkward dealing with these fearsome units, though, Faint. Like you've been saying, you know, finding Equinoxes and, you know, stuns earlier from Sketchers or Zoes would be quite key in this matchup, I would imagine, but just not something that Zoe has really been able to find outside of that Charger.
Nothing beats field testing.
We could potentially play a Scrap Heap here to find a 2-mana fearsome blocker, but we go for the Pokey Stick. And we're just going to be able to push 5 and get him close to range. We hit the Shellfolk here, which is actually really strong if we're able to get any pranks off to steal some healing. But knowing that Beaslama has the Vengeance is just going to really like stuff that play.
Yeah, I would be pretty focused on creating another fearsome blocker here in some shape or form because, again, if you have that Shellfolk gold go down immediately, you're still staring at 5 damage next turn, and, you know, no healing currently in the hand on the side of Zoe. So here's the Shellfolk being played. Shellfolk players do like to play Shellfolk, and here comes that Piercing Darkness to clean it up, leveling Jace as well.
That is going to provide some healing as well, so we didn't even get Beaslama very close to a lethal amount, and he's going to be going back up to almost max HP. And we whiff on a, if we did hit a 2-mana unit that was a blocker, we could have potentially played that out here. But we hit Flame Spitter, which is actually a very strong spell to respond to these fearsomes.
Devotion through battle.
Goes for the attack, knowing that they could push these units into pokey ranges and use those Flame Spitters aggressively if they wanted to. Beaslama debating if they want to go for an open attack here, or maybe push some more value with the J spell.
Yeah, that was a really good pickup there in the form of Flame Spitter. Going to be able to create those fearsome blockers that is just so key right now for Friend of Zoe being able to stay alive.
Beaslama picking up these 2 trades with the Vile Feast and just creating a wider board, so the J spell just is going to create some 5/1 blockers. We know that Friend of Zoe does have ways to remove them if they do hit power.
Oh! Hitting the
Ooh,
accelerations gate is
acceleration gate, that is
massive.
huge. Yes, absolutely. That's going to stall Beast almost win con a little bit.
Hextech engaged. By her will.
And both of these are just gonna trade down. This is a huge turn for Friend of Zoe. That prank was as clutch as they come.
That was make it or break it. You miss that, you lose it, you hit it, you're in the game with a whole lot of life. So here comes the trades that Faint was mentioning. Not going to be able to get that impact. Beast still sitting at a healthy 17, but the hand looking a bit clunky from this point onwards. You know, you have a bit of burn in the form of Aftershock, but you don't have a Mystic or anything currently to capitalize on it. So we'll see if Zoe can stabilize from here. It's still very much a tall order. And Pokey Stick coming down to clean up that Jace.
Yeah, cleaning up the Jace before it's able to duplicate anything that might be in hand. And we hit another Shellfolk, and I think this game is quickly turning into Zoe's favor. Just so much value in being able to sabotage your opponent's hand. Just trade that in. This is just why Shellfolk is just such a strong card.
Yeah, it's looking better and better for Zoe, but it's worth keeping in mind that with that Aftershock, again, Beast is still only 2 damage away from killing Zoe. Zoe has to find healing very, very quickly here, or just a lot of threatening top decks that Beast can present.
This Zoe, a very good option, is a fearsome blocker, but this is a huge point in the game, right, where Beast Llama can develop this Elise and then thermo the Zoe and potentially get a kill with the Aftershock after that you mentioned. So Zoe is going to actually have to hit healing here.
Yeah, you do have a Hush to block, you know, or rather negate the fearsome, although you're still wider. Okay, there we go. We see the tracker coming down created by Von Mech. That was actually needed because otherwise the spider that could be created by Elise with the Aftershock, I think you'd be wide enough to kill there. So nice that Zoe has an extra blocker there at the 1 mana point, and yeah, this is on a knife's edge, Faint, this whole game.
Yeah. And Beast Llama playing around that Hush that you mentioned, going for a wider board, and probably is going to look to try to use this acceleration gate. Only problem is the prank in front of Zoe's hand will lead to just a guaranteed hit on this acceleration gate if he wants to go for it.
We must all make sacrifices.
Oh!
Doesn't go for it. That is very strange.
I mean, being wide enough, you know, the gate not being doubled, you are going to lose your whole board here, so I think I would have liked to see the prank played like you were saying, but, you know, you're not going to be dead on this swing necessarily.
It just all depends on how these keywords hit now. You do have the Hush to protect you, but there are some very scary keyword combinations that can be hit.
So you won't actually get any keywords because it's not being doubled.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is true. That is true.
But you are giving up your whole board, which isn't great. So yeah, I think just a 1 mana prank there. I mean, what does it really price us out of this turn, you know? We could have maintained our board.
We already lost 2 Shellfolks.
Yeah.
Yeah, this isn't bad. And now we just have a million units. We even have a way to grant vulnerable if he's able to find like something like Jace. Crush bot with a strong stat line. Interesting that he didn't keep that back as a potential just like strong fearsome unit on the next round that could push some damage.
Pharos is such a crazy hit there. Going to be dealing 5 exactly if it is able to swing. And this star chart very much going to need to find an Equinox here.
Crescent Strike, a relatively strong option if they were to pass to the next round, and they could use that on the Pharos if they were to give up a pass again. Ops for the Messenger, digging for some healing.
The future is what I make it.
That is just absolutely huge. Some potential hits we could have is, I'm not actually totally certain on the way if it would work, if a wallop would stop the effect on the stack, but we could hit that off of Trinket Trade. Also potentially hit something off of Conchologist as well. We do have one more pull for an Equinox, as you mentioned. Probably going to look for that here, and we do hit it.
Amazing. Exactly what was needed. Without that Equinox, pending any healing drawn, you're just dead next turn. So Zoe playing a very dangerous game here, but is able to thread the needle through so many turns that look so precarious. So we're getting a true masterclass here in how to stay alive on, you know, very little HP from the Shellfolk side.
This is just a, again, war of attrition. Just gonna go tick for tack until one of them is able to pull ahead using the Zoe spell to just stop the value from Jace being able to trade down the Zoe or one of these other units. And it is gonna die thanks to Paddlestar being able to deal 5.
That was a recent buff, right? That they upped the damage
is.
on it. That's I mean,
relevant.
it's so much damage. I myself have used it a lot of times to kill Pharaohs, kill Jaces, kill Luxes, and yeah, for that amount of mana, it is really, really strong. So we see the piercing coming down here onto the Zoe, going to be double cast, but you know, that is not what Beast wants to be doing right now. If it was a Shock Blast, you know, we'd be looking at a potential lethal, and instead we're going to be seeing Jace fall to this Paddle Star.
And just with each turn that goes by, it just gets closer and closer for Zoe drawing into a star shaping, and that just is going to make it just that much harder for Beastlama to find a lethal. So just timely draw after timely draw.
Again, all we need to see is a Mystic Shot picked up from Beast here. A lot of spells will get Beast over the finish line, and Zoe desperately needing to find healing still. So how much longer can this dance on the edge last?
Friend of Zoe going for a pretty expensive draw there. Gonna diminish a lot of their resources there. Ranks the aloof travelers, trying to deny that Beastlama has like many plays for this round.
That's not ours.
Hits a Pharaohs, that is another card that could pull into burn. We still haven't found healing on the side of Zoe, so pretty strong pickup.
Success.
That aloof hitting the pokey stick as well is extremely relevant. Just going to deny another shot, and finally we see the Shock Blast picked up. Oh,
Goes for the Shock Blast, but just my face lights up a little bit when I see Atrocity.
yeah, wait, Atro also good there.
Confirms this, and we'll have first action next round. We do have the possibility of using Trinket Trade to hit Guiding Touch or hit this Star Shaping. With the way this game has gone, I would not be surprised if Zoe is able to go against the odds and find a way to live through this.
Yeah, we see a lot of damage being pushed here from the side of Zoe, but finally Beast, after being patient for so many turns, is able to find the Shock Blast, not draw into burn. Why would you draw into it when you can just generate it for free? So keeping the Pharaohs alive, removing the... Well, keeping the Albus Pharaohs alive, removing the Pharaohs Financier, but the Shock Blast going to be able to present lethal here from the side of Beast at the start of the next turn.
Is another spark.
Yes, and Friend of Zoe going for an Equinox in case another Pharaohs is finding a potential answer to that, and a Pharaohs is found off of there, so we do have a potential line. If this Trinket Shade can hit a Guiding Touch, we could push this game just a little bit further.
Wow, that would be... Yeah, very much in the line of what's been happening this game. How much of a high roller is Zoe? Are you feeling lucky, Punk? And let's see.
And we're not. That is
Not
gonna be the
today.
game. We do not hit healing, and Friend of Zoe is going down to Beastlama. A well-fought battle. Quite an interesting matchup, and quite a lot of clutch decisions and clutch draws and RNG in general, just by Random Zoe to just push through so many tough instances, but still isn't enough at the end of the day to just get through the card generation and value of Sentinels, and that's going to be it. Beast Llama wins the set 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, well done to Zoe there, able to make it to the semifinals with mono Zoe Shellfolk, but we did see some chinks in the armor there as Shellfolk not able to pick up a game in the semis. Very close games, but just falling to some aggressive game plans and not able to generate enough blockers. Obviously, fearsome blockers being a weak point of the deck as well, so well played to Beast there, you know, piloting their lineup to the fullest, and going to be seeing them again in the finals. So that's quite exciting. Let's see if we can
they
pick.
Will be up against Trevo, as Trevo took out Acid 2-0.
All right. We're going to check in with our tournament team here, but we are mere minutes away from a finals. So yeah, we'll hop to a short break right before the finals. Don't go anywhere as we get into the action of Trevo versus Beast Llama for the finale of today's Mastering Runeterra Road to Seasonals tournament.
Stick around.
Welcome back from break, and what a time it is. We're about to hop into the finals of Beast Llama versus Trevo. Two players that we've seen do exceptionally well today, obviously. And just for a quick rundown over the lineups, we've got Beast on Sentinels, Elise Jace, Talia Ziggs, and Echo Zillion. And Trevo on the opposite side, we have Aphelios Fizz, the Aphelios list, as well as Ziggs, Talia, and Pantheon. So diving into this first game here, we have got Beast Llama
Talia
on...
Ziggs into Echo Zillion. And on the side of Beast Llama, a pretty good opener with Fallen Feline, Chronomancer, normally looking to kick back the drop border. Doesn't even keep the Feline, doesn't feel like it has enough value, and looks to probably find stuff like Echo and some other hits. Hits the Zillion, which is another strong predict, and obviously you could fill out a really strong curve with that deck. And on the side of Trevo, looking at a Preservarium to start off with some draw, opts to pass first and potentially see what Beast Llama does. Also could potentially keep back the Preservarium around till turn 4 because it's a very strong hit to duplicate with Talia. Recognizes that the early value of the Preservarium is probably stronger there and plays it out.
This is a matchup I'm not sure who to give the edge to. Obviously, Talia Ziggs has a much stronger late game, but Beast Llama's deck just kind of feels like it always has the potential to pop off mid-game, and Right of the Arcane in the hand of Trevo could come in very clutch if it's able to deny a Chrono Break.
Absolutely. And in my personal experience playing Talia Ziggs, it is a matchup that generally always the games would feel winnable and would just slightly escape you as Echo Zillion just hits high value play after high value play. So in my experience, I would say it's favored into the Echo Zillion, but we will see. Obviously, nothing is guaranteed in a card game. And Trevo with a pretty strong hand in that they're going to be able to level up this Talia and be able to grant Overwhelm with these Herald of the Magus, and that is just going to put Beast Llama on the clock. Beast Llama with a pretty decent response to that with the Quicksand in hand. We see Trevo trade off his 2-1 for the 2-1 of Beast Llama, keeping the board narrow before things like Voice of the Risen and Chrono Break provide value to having a wider board.
As
We
well
see
as
the
Time Bomb, right?
pick.
Cashing in on the 2-1 trade while you can so it doesn't just die to the bomb. A bit of a heads-up play there from Trevo. Talia currently leveled, right? And then Ziggs on 3 out of 4.
Yeah, so we see Beast Llama having the advantage in this board space, or not board space, but like board width and pressure that they're putting down, but Trevo just has an advantage in that they're going to be able to set up so many different threats as this game progresses. Beast Llama keep digging for potential like big hits such as the Echo, such as maybe another Time Bomb to maybe even get a leveled up Zillion early, which is just absolutely huge, but whiffs on that, finds a Station Archivist, which is a strong card. It gets stronger as you go later into the game as there's stronger spells in your deck, but not a bad hit. And we see that leveled up Talia come down. Opts to copy the landmark with the countdown 2 in case he hits a Zig, so he can get extra value off of the damage that goes through.
Ooh, and the Crystal being picked up by Beast. Quite a good hit right now. The board is pretty narrow for the Talia side, but blockers that are played could potentially be removed. And the Time Bomb, another massive hit here, going to be able to level the Zillion, maybe duplicate the Hexite, and of course turn on the Absolver. So all of a sudden a hand that was a bit clunky for Beast comes online, and a lot of damage potential being able to be presented here.
Absolutely, and just mentioning once again how big Quicksand is on the side of Beast Llama, and that it pretty much guarantees an extra round for him, and with the value that Zillion could potentially be creating if it doesn't go down to this right, is going to be absolutely huge.
And yeah, if one Absolver wasn't enough Feint, why not another one in the mix? So a whole heap of damage here on the side of Beast, and that Quicksand card that comes in clutch in this spot for Beast. Trevo not currently sitting on his own quicksand. So going to be interesting to see if Treebo's able to survive sitting on a not too healthy 10 HP at this point, while Beast has a 3-wide board currently.
And I expect to see one of these Absolvers getting burned here to guarantee the Zillion level up, as it is just such a strong effect. And one thing to just kind of point out, I think it is a somewhat interesting decision to see Beast Llama use the Quicksand at that point, because you could get repeated value from it after Zillion, but recognizes that things like Ziggs can come in and just threaten huge amounts of damage, so doesn't want to go into a range where that could become a problem. But now we are in a spot where we might need to hit some strong draws, with another Herald being able to potentially just turn this Talia into a one-shot kill here.
Yeah, going to be predicting into the swap bot of all things. Is it going to be played before the swing here? That would be quite interesting. It would be playing into the Hexplosive Minefield a little bit. Is there no lethal potential with Absolver and Hexite? I mean, you might be duping it. A pass here.
Love the little emote war between the two of them. Way to see both of them recognizing that there is something a little fishy about this pass. And there it is. Opts for the swap bot, and Treebo is going to be rewarded for holding back that Herald, because they will have an opportunity to buff that up again. We know that Beast Llama will have a potential other swap bot in hand. Also debating whether he or not he wants to potentially use his deny here. He does have it as an option, but if he were to go for that, he is in a spot where you know another one is just coming in the next round, and it's like kind of diminishing returns.
Yeah, this is an interesting line, because you can Hexplosive the 6/6, but then anything that Talia blocks, it is going to die to that crystal, and it's not a known crystal right now. So Treebo, it's about to be known. Opting to play it before the swing, going to be able to push max damage potentially with these units. What is the line here that Beast wants to take?
Yeah, this is a tough call for him, in that he thinks he probably could, if he goes for it, which he is, maybe forces Talia to block, recognizing that because he's getting another one. This is an interesting factor in play cast. Does Zillion copy something that is seen?
Create a fleeting card of each non-fleeting card. I saw you play last round, so yeah.
So it should duplicate that now, because in the past it would have to cast to be duplicated. That is very interesting. One of the changes coming in big here.
So yeah,
I wonder if Treebo recognizes that fact or not.
I turn it like so.
Yeah, can't swing with the Zill here, but if you block with Talia, you know, it is going to die to that crystal next turn, although you do have the Herald to rebuff it up, so maybe you're feeling a little bit okay about taking a block here. Could also potentially go down to 5. Again, not having Mystic in the deck for Beast means the burn potential is a bit lower than it would be otherwise.
Yeah, just less threats to play around and like have to really worry about. I feel like with his considerations of this 4-1 block, he doesn't know how this interaction works either. I'm very interested to confirm my suspicions here on this next round start.
So yeah, let's take a look at how play cast has affected the Zillion, and yeah, we do in fact get the crystal back in hand.
And we see an open attack, recognize that he has Absolver, able to push an extra 4 damage with that, which isn't going to be enough to close this out, though. You could have had a potential line of Herald for another +2. You'd be still 2 damage off, so just a little bit of an unfortunate set of circumstances here.
Yeah, Ziggs definitely feels like he's missing in action at this point. We are 16 cards deep into Trevo's deck, plus the mulligan, and no Ziggs has been found yet. Just imagine how much damage would have been able to be pushed if Ziggs had been on board. And again, not too much removal, I mean, outside of the double hex sites on the side of Beast. So Beast now going to be able to go pretty wide, going to be able to deny the Taliyah threaded volley. Didn't know that's what that was called. Yeah, going to be able to deny the volleys here as well, so stopping a good bit of damage, and only going to look to take 3 potentially this turn.
Yeah, and I think from that point, it'll just be all in Beast Llama's court to just close out this game. Hexite just pushing him down to 5, and then being able to just set up more wide units across the board is just going to be so hard for Trevo to answer.
Oh,
Doesn't go for it. Opts for a predict instead, recognizes Echo is just a pretty strong option instead. Sets this up, and we'll see if he plays a Hexite here. Also gets repeated value off of the 0 mana predict, so you can just hit some strong cards in sequential order.
also going to get back another Echo next turn.
Yeah, and the Echo spell can just give him some draw if the Echo doesn't go down.
Seeing a predict come in here from Trevo, I would imagine you're looking for something like a quicksand. We do see the Chrono Break option being presented to Beast. Would imagine that's what was picked there. And a Devout coming down just for an extra blocker. Gonna have 3 blockers on board next turn. But this Absolver gonna be very, very nasty on the side of Beast.
It should just be a closed out game with Absolver able to threaten lethal and then a Chrono Break after. Trevo does hit a deny, but just this Absolver, as soon as that goes through, should be curtains for Trevo.
Trevo could have a
And
read.
interesting enough, the swap bot just becoming so relevant in here, and that just having such a big statted unit to threaten, as well as like trading down, like Taliyah was at one point a 6 health blocker in this instance, is swinging for a lot of value.
Definitely Faint. And I was going to say that Trevo might have a read of another Absolver, because we did see one played on Zillion earlier. So it'd be interesting in that spot. You know, is one being played just to save the Zill, or is one being played because there's already a second one in the hand? You know, that's the kind of like high-level hand reading that a lot of these tournament players are doing at this point. So obviously we see it in hand, and no quicksand available for Trevo. Quite unfortunate. So a whole lot of damage here. This is gonna look to be lethal, and Beast gonna take down game 1 over Trevo's Taliyah Ziggs, which, Faint, that might be the first time we've seen Taliyah Ziggs lose today.
It might be, and like I said prior, or around the start of that game, that is one of those matchups where although you may feel like you have a chance with the big threats you set up, a lot of the times just the value of Echo Zillion and the high roll potential for them to just create so many different strong cards with Chrono Break, Absolver, and just so many strong threats, it becomes difficult. We jump into game 2 though and see if this will be the second game we see Ziggs Taliyah lose, with Sentinels into Ziggs Taliyah. This is a matchup I'm not totally sure who is favored. I would imagine it'd be favored into for Taliyah Ziggs, but
Yeah, I would imagine that as well, because, again, Arsenal being a huge threat that can get Spell Shield, and also you have Right of Negation to deny some of those big spells like Ruination, like a, you know, Key Vengeance, although, again, with those play cast changes, it's not going to be affecting the Jace level up.
yeah, and Hourglass is just another 2 mana deny in a way in these spots.
Oh, yeah.
And obviously, we've all seen the potential high combo plays of like
Want to see what it does?
using that and then copying it with Taliyah.
You dare!
And we see not a lot of options for Beast or for Trevo as far as it goes to fearsome blockers. Is going to be able to develop a Devout here, but if Beast Llama wants, he could take it out with a 3-mana Thermo to potentially push 6 on an open attack.
Yeah, I don't mind thermoing it because, I mean, yeah, you're giving them a landmark, but, you know, they're going to have to be able to pop that landmark to make it effective, and, you know, not necessarily every card is going to be able to let them do that. There are 2 naturalists in the deck, of course, but yeah, we see the Thermo coming down this turn. Opting to play the Sentinel first, I like it because it's going to be able to get that buff this turn. And, man, this is going to be awkward from Trevo's side.
Yeah, Trevo could potentially burn this Hourglass here to deny the buffs of the Slay. But it is not for sure his best play. Not his best play, his, like, what he'd want to be doing the most. He goes for a draw first, seeing how he hits and seeing if that changes some of his options. Does hit the Hexplosive, which is going to be the green light for him to just play that instead, save 5 HP, and is able to generate some extra value with Talia next round on the Sarcophagus.
Yeah, gonna save 5 HP Feint, but still gonna take 6. Can't be feeling too good in a deck that doesn't have healing outside of an Arsenal role. And also worth noting, this list is only on a 1 of Arsenal, so not even a guarantee that it's going to be found this game. We see Talia coming down, but, you know, we're still a little bit away from being able to pop the Sarcophagus.
Yes, and that is just going to be so difficult because for every bit of damage that goes in, the burn value that Beast Llama runs in his deck is just there, and it's just such a threat. We see a Ziggs come off the top for Trevo, but not a lot in the form of answers. We do have a Quicksand to potentially save 4 HP, but this is a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, Quicksand here definitely needs to be played. Gonna save some HP and go down to, oh, a healthy 6 HP. But yeah, a Shock Blast, you know, able to be presented here. No deny currently in the hand of Trevo. It is worth noting that that 1 of Arsenal was picked up, but that is quite a ways away at this point as Trevo is staring down what is a very strong swing from Beast Llama's side.
If he is able to somehow withstand this onslaught from Beast Llama, he could definitely stabilize. He's going to be picking up 2 5/3s here. Has an Hourglass to live through Vengeance from Beast Llama, and both of his champs just super strong threats. So there is a chance for Trevo to swing the momentum back into his favor, but it's going to be tough.
Electing to go for the Shock Blast here. Like you said, Hourglass, a key card at saving your important units, and it's not going to prevent that 3 damage to face, though. So if another Shock Blast is found, you know, that could be a potential lethal from Beast Llama's side.
And leveling up Elise, actually another huge play, because even these fearsome blockers that are going to be developed, just having the ability to drag them, or even just push wide with spider attacks, and have them potentially hit for 1 to 2 damage could just be the difference in the game.
Yeah, Beast has done a really good job so far, just being able to present lethal a few different ways with potential swings in the future, and now the onus is on Trevo to be able to try to present lethal this turn. No Preservarium being played for something like draw. You would be dead to an Aftershock or a Shock Blast, but I just don't see how you're going to be able to present lethal here from Trevo's side.
We see what he has in hand if he goes for this open attack. There will be no way, so he opts for a Predict first, knowing that he has a Preservarium and could potentially draw into, let's say he hits a Absolver off of this, but the finds aren't that great. Looks at a Preservarium and some other options and opts to skip. And we'll see if he digs for that, just looking, recognizing that he needs to find this lethal this round, and top decks another Talia, which is not going to help him at all. And I think this is just going to go into Beast Llama's favor.
Beast Llama so far ahead right now that even if an Absolver was picked up, you know, Beast can fall back on a Vengeance and even a Vile Feast if needed. So, you know, this is looking to be 11 damage. You're definitely going to want to block this from the side of Beast with the Elise. Could also opt for a Vengeance, but you know, if you're able to clear up a lot of this board and then play the Forge and some Vile Feasts, you're going to be feeling like you're in a good spot.
The thing with the Vengeance play is you have to respect a deny, especially when you know your opponent just predicted into a card, and that is just like one of those options that is such a threat, right? Doesn't. Wants to keep this Elise back, wants to go for the just value of it, and we'll see if he regrets it or not.
If it is a deny, I mean, you're losing on the spot.
Literally. That's why a shadow block, but it's just a little bit of a shame that he has to sacrifice this Elise if he wants to play around it, and he doesn't.
Wow. Very gutsy play there from Beast Llama, not electing to block. Going to be taking the 5, going all the way down to 3, and all of a sudden, you know, the HP totals are evened out a bit more, but Beast going to be swinging for so much damage next turn.
And this is the point where I wish I remember what he saw in the prediction he had, because I think there might have been a deny there, but I don't think you could know that your opponent's just going to give you an opportunity like that to just get a kill, and that's just going to be it. And Beast Llama takes it home. What a wild finish to that game, and such a gutsy call by Beast Llama, and again, pays off for him.
Beast Llama taking it down fast, has played a lot today. They've been going for many hours at this point, and just wanted to wrap it up. You know, might have a date, might have a movie, might be going to a bar with some friends. So gonna clean up that finals in what feels like just a 20-minute blistering pace. So very well done to Beast, taking it down 2-0, and going to be checking in with them to see if we can get a winner's interview going here.
Yeah, again, just such a strong performance from him throughout this whole tournament. Like, so many different instances where they just make the right call at the right time, have the strong reads, and it pays off for them. They're taking home the big $50 pot as Trevo, looking to lose and lose in the worst way. Second place with a $0 finish.
Faint and I were joking between breaks that they should rename second place to the biggest loser, because not only did you not win any money, you also played for the longest. So in that sense, maybe you lost the most, although you did get close, and you made it pretty far, so a lot of learning experiences to be had up until that point. So well played to both players, all jokes aside, and Beast going to be the one to take it home today, maybe showing that Echo Zillion without Mystic Shot is, you know, the supreme version, as well as Sentinels. Surprising to me, but they really came out and forced this tournament, and I don't think Sentinels dropped a game as we watched on stream, so well done to Beast there.
Absolutely. And just harping on that one tech card that we saw, again, got him some value in that last game, and a card I had literally never seen in a game prior, the Defective, excuse me. Coming in, reducing the stats on that Talia, and just kind of just guaranteeing a lethal for him was super cool to see.
As we wait on the interview, worth going over the winners lineup one more time. So we're taking a look here at Sentinels, Jace, Elise, as well as the Ziggs Talia, splashing Targon for Chip and Pale Cascade. Not something you see every day. And then the Echo Zillion, no Mystic Shot, with the spicy swap bot tech that we saw coming in quite clutch in a couple matchups there.
Yeah, just really cool to see somebody take established decks like that and add a twist, add just some, having just the knowledge of the way the decks work and the way the decks function in a tournament format, and being able to patch up different weaknesses with just cool additions to the deck. The Targon Splash in the Ziggs Talia was very strong. It helped them in a few matchups we watched earlier in the tournament up against Pirates and some other potential losing matchups, and just giving them a stronger early game with Chip just being able to trade for value on all of the smaller blockers in those aggro matchups, it was cool to see. Definitely has me thinking and reflecting on myself for when seasonals is coming up in the moment, and just excited overall as for what the tournament landscape is going to look like in the future.
Faint, you and I were talking about it, and, you know, although Trevo did take home second place, it's worth noting that Trevo's lineup was quite good and something that you and I are both considering looking at the seasonals. So it might be worth doing a quick glaze over for other people in the chat who may be considering seasonal lineups at this time. So something you might want to be looking at are these 3 decks here.
Yeah, Trevo bringing the Aphelios Fizz deck. If people don't know, I'm a huge connoisseur of Fizz myself, but that deck is just quite a sleeper, I feel like, in the game right now. It's just super versatile and good into a ton of matchups and just has such a strong swarm potential. And then we have Pantheon. Pantheon just being another staple of the meta, just such a strong deck overall. And we see it getting banned at the finals there, just recognizing that it has so much potential. And then Ziggs Talia this entire tournament, just seeing it over and over again, performing so well, rarely seeing it ever drop a game until the end when Echo and Zillion came in and just showed him what's up. So a very strong lineup there, like Sqweeby mentioned, something we're both considering because there's so many decks that just really proved themselves today and throughout the rest of the meta to just be some of the strongest options available. So definitely shout outs to Trevo for just having a strong lineup and proving it by getting to the...
Shout out to Trevo, but honestly, the real shout out goes to Beast, and looking to get Beast here in the interview, maybe pick their brain a little bit about why they think today was so successful, and you know, any secret tips that we can get for the matchups.
Excited to hear from them and just get some insight on their run and what they feel about things, again, just leading into seasonals, with knowing that seasonals is just going to be just around the corner. And people, we're still in a relatively new meta, and I feel like people are still searching and debating on different things. What is up?
Hey, what's up, Beast?
Ooh.
Oh.
A hello and goodbye. Quick.
Just wanted to pop in and say what's up real quick. Sounds like there's interest, so we'll be getting them back. Yeah, 1 second. Going to fix the audio setup. But yeah, Beast going to be taking it down there, and I can put on the standings page just to be able to take a look at what the finals was. Beast?
Yeah.
Welcome, dude. Big congrats. Very well played.
Yeah. That was some crazy games.
Definitely.
What was the secret? Yeah, go for it.
I was going to say, walk me through that game against, or those 2 games, I guess, against Friends of Zoe. Those games were some barn burners for sure. How are you feeling during that?
Well, okay, the way I'm feeling after the first game I played against Friend of Zoe is that I'm never taking the 1-of swap bot out of Echo Zillion, because that card literally just stayed in my hand for like the entire game, and Friend of Zoe kept pranking it, and it was just completely useless.
Yeah.
So it just like totally countered Shellpoke, which was like the best thing ever.
Yeah, the swap bot came in clutch a couple times, I feel like, throughout the tournament run. As soon as I saw your list and saw that in as just a tech card.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like against... was it? Yeah, it was the game against Trevo, where I use it on the Talia. That was honestly like the first time it's actually done anything. So I don't know if it's correct, but I feel like it's a good luck charm at this point.
Yeah, absolutely.
The best way to counter Shellfolk is putting not good cards in your deck for them to prank. I like that logic.
Exactly.
It is a broken strategy for sure. And then tell me about your, you showed it to me earlier today, and I thought it was funny to just see it in the tournament. The Talia Ziggs, the Targon Splash. Talk to me a little bit about that.
Oh yeah, that one's been feeling pretty good. Like, I'm not sure if it was on stream, but I had a game earlier in the tournament against Pirates, which is like
Yeah, just so you know,
traditionally
that was on stream, but
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, that's like traditionally an extremely hard counter to Talia's eggs. And like obviously he got the Dragon Chow off Mariah Warden, which was like if that hadn't happened, the game would have been a lot closer. But like still, I think the fact that I was able to hold my own in that match and like just speaks to the power of chip. Because like just having a 3/3 that doesn't die to MF, doesn't die to make it rain, doesn't die to red card, can just block super well. It's a fearsome blocker. I think it can really help shore up a lot of the deck's weaknesses.
Yeah, it seemed huge because, like you said, all of those strengths that it provided, also just not really sacrificing on the overall power level of the deck. So
Yeah.
really like that. Even the Pales coming in too in that game
Yeah.
against PF
Pale,
Red Card, against, like you said, Make It Rain, things like that.
I didn't think it would be
Those were nice.
good, but it is somehow. Like, yeah, the double pale to save my units from red card was like super clutch.
And
And how
then
are you feeling? Or you can go, Sqweeby. Sorry.
no, I'll take the last one. We've been talking today about the version without Mystic Shot of the Zillion Echo. What is your thoughts on, Mystic versus not? Obviously, you're running the version without it. So what are some of the strengths of that version versus maybe the more conventional version?
Um, it's weird because like Mystic Shot, it was never really that good. Like I mean, having burn like is good. Like having burn in my deck would have been good in quite a number of those games. Um, but like in the meta, I feel like aside from like the 4/2 fearsome from Draven Scion, I feel like there's not too much that is like 2 HP that you need to remove. And the tech cards that I have instead are just like the one of Desert Duel, which has been honestly like really good. It's really good with Echo. And then the swap bot just to deal with like because there's so much like big units in the meta right now. And just Mystic Shot is not very good right now, in my opinion.
Yeah, I kind of feel that and saw the flexibility of like the different cards you added for it. So what I was gonna ask is just thoughts and how you're feeling and everything just going into seasonals coming up soon.
Ooh, I mean, I'm feeling pretty good. I don't think I lost a single game in this entire tournament. So
That'll
I
have you
think this
feeling good.
lineup that I brought is like really good. Like I really want to test more of this lineup because it seems really solid. So yeah, I mean, definitely, definitely feeling good.
It's safe to say that your strategy is a ban Pantheon strategy.
Yeah, always been Pat.
I
I ain't
think
got that.
that's a strategy that a lot of you in chat may benefit from. Pantheon can just steal games with those keywords. So Beast Llama,
Yeah,
piloting that
absolutely.
strategy to great success today, not losing a game through, what is that, 6, 7 rounds? That is a really, really strong showing. So
Really
extremely
impressive.
well done. Anyone you want to shout out that you've been practicing with or, yeah.
I've been I've been practicing a lot with Cameron Hanzo. He worked with me to make the Targon splash for Zigstalia. And then also just my team for RA, Wombat Flingons, Trevo in the finals too. Wombat finals. So
A little bit
yeah.
of a team
Yeah,
kill there.
Hmm.
Uh,
yeah,
He's
you
cracked
win
as
though.
well.
and where can the people find you on socials and all that good stuff?
Um, I have a Twitter that I should probably use. But I sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Discord is definitely the best place to contact me. So, and
Word.
yeah, like honestly, I know that a lot of people are can like a lot of people have asked me about like Echo Zillion and stuff. So just if you want any advice on how to play that deck, I know it can be kind of hard to pilot, then definitely reach out to me. I'll be happy to help.
Awesome, man. Well, congratulations again, bro. It was clean. Every game we saw of you, clean plays, and part of the cards were in your favor, bro. So it's just well played.
Yeah, Thank you guys so much for casting. Great casting
course.
duo.
Yeah, we had a
Appreciate
great
that.
time doing it. So thank you so much.
Yeah.
Again, big shout out to Beast Llama coming through, taking down the tournament in style, not losing a single game. Quite a strong showing. And Faint, it's been a blast casting this tournament with you today. You know, we had a top cut. It went a bit long, but we had some nail biter games. So yeah, I had a really good time, dude.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you reaching out. Always fun, man. Whenever we get to link up and just do anything Runeterra related. So
You may be seeing more of the Sqweeby Faint combo caster duo in your future. Again, shout out to Community Gaming for sponsoring the Road to Seasonal series for Mastering Runeterra. If you want to get in on the action, you can sign up at Mastering Runeterra Patreon or on their website, becoming a member. That'll wrap it up for tonight's cast. This is Sqweeby and Faint signing off. Have a great rest of your night.
peace out, everybody.